and because we didn't quite get where we thought we would get to yesterday, we still have Mr. Hanson, the applicant's planner, yet to present to us. We thought that we would run through the submitters first because that was your expectation. So we didn't want to disturb the your days, put you out of order. And so we'll have that, and then after that we will have Mr. Hanson, and I think that will probably take us through to a lunch break. And after we come back from lunch, we will hear from the council's team, and then we will have in closing remarks from the applicant's legal counsel, Ms. Hancock.
Yes, fantastic. I think we just indicate now that I think given that we haven't heard from the council yet on the application, is whether there may be some things that arise that we can do with reply, partial reply today while we've got the answer here, but then maybe some narration adjourning in the site visit, us giving a relook at our conditions, the things indicated some areas that they have concerns over and we're pretty clear on what they are. Taking into account, we haven't really had a chance to reconcile Ms. Reddon's conditions with Mr. Hanson's conditions. So maybe doing all of that housekeeping, suggesting that we come back in person at another time in the future.
And in person reply at another time?
Potentially, just because I thought the panel may also have some further questions from the site visit that they might have, particularly in this phase.
No, I think we'll certainly be open to that idea. I think when we get to the end of the day, I mean, we'll flag some things which we're likely to, as I said yesterday, which we're likely to ask you, but we would do that via a formal minute, setting up what we were asking, and timetable wise around that, I think we'd be open to a response from yourselves, just to sort of consider a timetable around that. But yes, eventually, when we think we have all the information in front of us that we need, then we will officially close the hearing. At which point, yes, we integrate our deliberations. But I think that there's a period here, as you alluded to, where we might want to come back.
Yeah, I feel like the situation just means that it might be helpful.
Yeah.
But also with that, so if I'm not asking for a huge amount of time, I think we do get quite quickly.
Yeah. No, look, we're quite open to explore around time after that. So look, let's just run today, see how things develop, and I think it will be early next week that Commissioner Hendrick and I put out a 10 minute just detailing where we think things are going. So, look, just basic housekeeping stuff. Some of you have probably been to the library before, but toilets are out through that door and on the other side of the entrance doors. So that should be pretty easy to find. There's quite a drop cover hold. I think you might find some space under the desks here, but I'm kind of hoping that that building's pretty solid enough to stand up to anything that they actually might throw at us. I'm risking fate saying that. Look, as you may have picked up from that conversation, at the end of the day, as is very standard practice, what we'll do is adjourn rather than close the hearing, because that leaves time for going through various matters. As I said, us formally requesting any extra information that we need from the applicant or any other party for that matter, and agreeing a timetable going forward from that. Then and then once we formally close the hearing, then Commissioner Hendrick and I have 15 working days to issue a written decision. Flagging that just to let you know where things are going. So, look, just some introductions around the room. We have Ms. Bean, who is the secretary, Ms. Rod, who is the council's planner, Ms. Simpson, who is the council's landscape advisor, Mr. Trotter, who is the council's roading advisor. Sorry.
I'm Yolanda Morgan.
Oh my God, sorry, Yolanda.
Stepping up the Heather who's had to answer that today.
I didn't even look at you, sorry. And over here we have Ms. Hancock, who is the applicant to the council, and Mr. Hanson on the far side of the room there, who is the applicant's planner. So next to him is Mr. Copland Millen, who's the applicant's landscape architect, and next to him, in front of him is sorry, Ms. Fraser, who is the applicant's traffic expert, and behind Ms. Fraser is Mr. Taylor, who is the applicant's engineering advisor. I think that's all that you need to know. So yeah, just some introductions from you, just quickly, so that you know who else is in the room. Oh, I'm sorry, and Mr. Mansell. You're doing well.
I was agreeing that you
I almost got there, but not quite. Mr. Mansell, who endorses the applicant. Oh, and I'm almost there. Ms. Blackwell, who is acting for the owners of 24 Tiago Street. I think Mr. Strawbridge.
That's right. One of the beneficial owners of 24 Tiago Street.
So that leaves.
I'm Leanne Morris, one of my owners kind of road, husband will come. I'm the lady who put the leaflets in everybody's letter box, and there was only a couple of us that were informed, so it was me that did.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, so I think we know each other now, so that's good. So I think we're expecting either or Gerard and Elizabeth Earl online, is that right? Mr. Earl, welcome.
Hello.
So can you hear us well enough?
I can. I think the sound in the room's a little bit challenging to hear when it's not yourself that's speaking. So it's a bit difficult to pick up on any comments being made by anybody else in the room, unfortunately.
Okay, look, we'll bear that in mind. But look, we're in your hands as to what you want to say to us and how long you want to take. So if you just give us your presentation, and we'll come back to you with any questions which we have. I was kind of a bit on the fly, but I'm wondering if after hearing Mr. Earl's presentation and any other sort of for that matter, if you or Mr. Hanson perhaps might refer us to any of the draft conditions or any other undertakings which are relevant to the particular submitter without rebuttal of any points, but just to help us understand what's been, whether the concerns relate to any particular conditions or.
Yes, absolutely. We will try. I'm not sure it'll be 100%, but yeah.
Okay, all right, good. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today with regard to our submission in relation to the proposed subdivision. Look, my wife and I are owners of a piece of land currently being developed for a residential house at 31 Tiago Street. So this land was purchased by us in March 2021, and we're looking that we'll be complete with the build December this year, and this will be our family home. We've been residents of the Catby Coast for circa 12 years now. Currently reside at Hollis Road. So I just wanted to make it sort of clear that in terms of our interest in Tiago Street, very much that our family home and our future will be there, and we currently are owners of land there. With regard to the proposed subdivision, I think the absolutely understand and respect the rights of individuals to develop, and I think that in the current climate that we are in, with a shortage of housing, that it is necessary that we look to property and into land holdings and how we can actually utilise them best to alleviate a housing shortage. I think that overall the proposal around the, I guess, two different types of subdivision essentially is a good one. And what we did note in our submission, I guess, were a broad support, but nevertheless a little bit of, I guess, queries or concerns around some elements of what was going to happen there. Most of which I would be comfortable to say, excuse me, have been addressed through the process and have been alleviated through some of the further documentation and further conditions that have been wrapped around over the last few months. Look, the key concerns for us related to essentially the environmental concerns, in particular vegetation and the removal of vegetation. As much as we acknowledge that there is a large amount of pine trees around, and look, these pine trees aren't protected, so it can be removed at any point. Nevertheless, they do, they are host to a lot of species, in particular bird life around, and wanting to understand, I guess, what the end intent will be with those pine trees that, I guess, border the northern edge of the site as well. I think there was a proposal around replacing these with some totara trees as well. The other element was around, I guess, view shafts and noise through to the expressway as well, and wanting to ensure that whatever mitigations possible can be put in place, and that when there is removal of vegetation or dune, that the issues of sight lines and noise aren't being exacerbated or aren't being we aren't faced with a material change there with regard to noise and view and visual amenity. Traffic movements were another point, in particular around sort of the construction management, and I think that a lot of this has been addressed through subsequent documentation, but understanding kind of what is going to be the impact of traffic movements in relation to construction. Tiaco Street obviously being a fairly narrow road, and I note that there are the proposals around the improvements on Tiaco Street, which I think are good in that they maintain the rural character, but they do improve safety. Having sort of 3 young children who are all schooled within the area, I think the improvements to the safety of Tiaco Street prior to construction commencement does seem like a logical thing to do, and that will allow that sort of street, if there is any increase in construction traffic, to be maintained safely. One of the other elements was around the shared path as well. I think there's an intent to link up the two parts of the subdivision with a shared path. The original proposal looked at sort of a sort of a loose gravel sort of driveway rather than a sealed road. I've had some experience around sort of these sort of access ways in Capody, and what I've tended to find is that the more sealed, particularly where we live at the minute, there is a road reserve that is sealed. What we tend to find are vehicles actually drive through that sealed road reserve. So my view was that the solution that was proposed by the Mansells and their planners with regard to sort of having something that's a little less like a road and a little bit more towards a pathway was actually a bit more of an elegant solution, will hopefully remove or at least reduce the likelihood of people using that actually as a roadway as well. So we're sort of certainly in support of that element of the proposal from the applicant. But ultimately, I think that was lot 104, I think was what I'm referring to there. But ultimately, look, we're broadly in support. I think the construction management, the traffic construction management is going to be a really important element of this to understand as well.
Thank you, Mr. Earl. Look, I should have actually figured out. Oh, okay. So Mr. Hindra, that's 31D. Awesome. Okay. So you're on the what I would guess call the northern side of Tiako Street.
Yes.
So in terms of the views, you're it would seem to me that you're looking through probably 44 Tiako Street.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we certainly heard a little bit yesterday about the vegetation there, and there's vegetation in a something of a dogleg coming down from proposed lot 19, and which is would be under the control of the future owner of lot 19. Other and I'm hearing from Ms. Blackwell, I think, for the beneficial owners of number 44 Tiako today, who also have concerns about vegetation management around there. So, you know, the issue is certainly for us, and something that we're considering. Do you think that if that vegetation was gone, that there would be a view through to State Highway 1?
That's a question I don't know the answer to. And I guess in our submission, I think we'd asked that question as to wanting to better understand if that would be the case. Looking through, you know, some of the visual amenity sort of documentation in the application, there isn't. There hasn't been a consideration around that part of Tiako Street and what that view would be. A lot of it's been focused on the Otaihanger Road visual amenity, less so on the Tiako Street side. So in answer to, I would say I don't know, and I think we would only know through somebody actually undertaking a few, you know, professional view at it.
Mr. Earl, when Commissioner Hendrick and I have both had a bit of a walk around the neighbourhood, and we've yet to actually go on site itself. But when we do go back, are we able to maybe, I presume is the land, is 31D, is it bare land at the moment?
No, it's a construction site at the minute.
Oh, it's a construction site. Yeah, so yeah, health and safety wise, it wouldn't be good for us to go and sort of stand on that site, I suppose, would it?
Look, there's pretty safe access around the site, so you're more than welcome to. I would just say if you wish to do so, give me some notice and I'll let the builders know.
All right, we'll give that some thought.
Yeah.
Covered one.
Ms. Hancock, are there any particular draft conditions or undertakings which we need to be aware of in relation to this?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Earl, for your submission. And I understand you had a bit of discussion.
It's a different.
Yeah, but how does that?
Yeah, there's the.
You know, just grab a seat. Okay, fine. I understand you'd had a discussion with Mr. Mansell a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
We had taken your concerns very seriously, and we thought we had some very good suggestions. So we have, as part of this process, I'll just start with the conditions, and there was a discussion in relation to the liaison around with residents of Tiako Street and your school-age children, etc. Yesterday there was a discussion with Ms. Fraser, and I think the applicant indicated that as part of the traffic management plan that was proposed, that there would also be an additional criteria added to that, which would require the applicant or the contractor to liaise with the residents of the street as to what their access needs were, etc. And that picked up a concern from the commissioners about whether there was a school bus route or something dropping off in particular times of day that we should be aware of, that were safety, greater safety issues presented itself. So we will be offering up a addition as part of condition 68.
Okay.
For the shared path, and thank you for your views on that. Your input has been particularly valuable. we are proposing a new condition on the shared path, which I'm calling 68XX at the moment, given that there's still some disagreement with the council as to what the form of that path might be. In response to your submission, our traffic experts and safety experts have agreed, and there's currently criteria A, and we've proposed to put bollards at the northern and southern end of the shared path to prevent motorised vehicles, because we do strongly agree with you that that would be a concern if the path had the form that the council was suggesting. We've also, has been the applicant's position at the hearing that that should remain a relatively low fire natural walkway track, and we think that it would be far more valuable and it wouldn't be lit either. And those are in the shared path conditions there as well. In terms of so if we move to condition 73, we had a concern around the planting of vegetation removal and the impact that that might have on Indigenous species and the bird life. And we've had a ecologist, Nick Goldwater, has recommended a condition which is condition 73. I think that's been suggested and agreed to by council, which would mean that if any vegetation was taken away, that we would be avoiding nesting periods for those birds, and if the contractors found any nesting birds at that time, then they would be taking off those areas and not removing vegetation for the breeding season. We also have offered up a condition that's 74, and I'm calling it 74XX, so it's a new condition from the applicant around the shelter belt planting. And someone else might be able to correct me here, but you raised a concern about the removal of that and the privacy. The applicant has proposed that that be retained, and I think that Richard Mansell discussed that with you last week. There are some caveats on that if we do need to build the road and the trees roots go close to the road, then they will need to be removed. And there's obviously also a level of acceptance that these trees are old trees and at some point they may need to come down. If we can retain them, we will. If we can't, as part of the construction process, so while the subdivision is being, all the work's being done by the Mansells to get it ready for sale, as part of the construction process, that those trees do need to come down, then they will replant something suitable, Indigenous species, etc. And that's currently proposed in that condition. Just one point is that obviously if the new owners to those sections end up needing to take those trees down because of the condition of them or something like that, then that would be a private civil matter between those neighbours, and we didn't see any need to try and interfere in that relationship. So that's proposed in relation to your concern there. And I did read your submission quite carefully when we received it, and we did have a think about the noise issue arising from the expressway and whether there was going to be exposure of undue traffic noise. We haven't called a noise expert, but I have run past one, and his understanding, it was John Stiles actually, and his understanding was that the vegetation doesn't really help a lot with blocking noise. So while it's useful in the fact that you can't necessarily see the noise source, it doesn't actually have a huge amount of bearing on what you hear. We're pretty confident in the situation that we're going to meet the rural district plan permitted activity levels for noise, and we don't think that the development is going to expose you to any additional noise caused by having neighbours. They are still quite some way away. In terms of the construction noise, we're also pretty confident that we're going to meet those construction noise limits, and there'll be, obviously there's provisions in the plan which ensure that that occurs safely, and there's limits on the use of Te Eko Street, which is in the construction traffic management plan, so for daytime use, not at weekends, etc. So there's some additional limits there that will help protect residents' amenity while we are constructing part of the road from the west concern. So
Thank you.
I think, Chris, did you have anything to internet
Thank you,
on the
Stephen.
fly.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for your submission, Mr. Earl. I think your from the applicant's view, the points that you raised have really assisted us in helping to improve the proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Earl.
Thank you very much.
And look, obviously, any official minutes that come out from the panel in terms of where things are heading, in terms of information we're requesting, timeframes, etc., you'll receive a copy of that, and it'll be on the application website as well. Anyway. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think it's really been good opportunity to speak, and I think the conditions that have been proposed, as I mentioned earlier, I think they've gone a really good way to alleviating any of the concerns that Elizabeth and I had with regard to the subdivision. And good luck to the panel. I know it's a tough job to get through these things, and good luck to the applicant as well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Earl. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so okay, we might come back then later. So, Ms. Morris.
Oh, me? Okay,
Yes.
right, well, I'm a lady who never done anything like this in my life. So we are one of the workers on the road. Yep, so we number, I don't know what we're looking in a minute. Find out.
Which number?
So in DP 310, we went next to that way.
Just yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Order the proposed recreation, is it?
Pardon?
Do you order the proposed recreation?
Oh, I've got no idea what that is. Bring on, you gotta find out where I am. Right, we're, so this is, the road that we're talking about that goes all the way around. So that's 113, that's our neighbour's net up.
Aha.
All right, and so this here is what's concerned us. All right, Brent and I don't mind, we understand with the Mansell and the family, it's their land that's been affected by the highway. They have the right to subdivide their land, we totally agree with that. But we're rural, so you can see here, we've lived there 22 years. And we have lots of animals, which are really, really noisy. We've got geese, we've got roosters, the neighbours have got donkeys, and they are noisy. And the last thing I want is some people in the residential be complaining about our noisy lifestyle. So that's what the concerns are, one of them. This road going all the way around, I was nice to hear that it was going to be not able to be a road, because at the moment, it always used to be an electric road down to. So as of still now, it could be driven. So that's going to be stopped. And I heard you going to also not put lights, street lights down there, is that right?
The applicant's hope is that there's no street lights on the gravel path. So if you see
Yeah,
it,
it's a gravel path.
sorry, where your finger is going up better. Yeah, so there's a gravel path component between those two paths, but then the road will come into motion on the road. So you won't get the same equipment again.
Right. So there'll be no lights along here. Because that also, we've got, there's not very many places in Parafran that have got low light pollution, and we've got that, and it's just wonderful. So that was a concern for how we live. What have we got, else have I got here? So we're very happy for all the 43 acres to be divided into lifestyle lots. Currently, we believe that the area is zone rural lifestyle zone, is that correct? Yeah. And so we're concerned that the request from the Mansell is going to have a pocket, like I showed you there, in the middle of a rural lifestyle zone. And so is the 27 lots going to be zoned as general residential zone? That's one of our questions.
This is not a rezoning, no, it will remain as rural lifestyle zone.
So what size of the blocks going to be?
They are much less than what is provided for as permitted activities, which is why we find ourselves here. Well, not as permitted activities, as a controlled activity, such as RDO. RDO? Yeah. But yes, definitely far less, far greater density than is regularly allowed.
Yeah.
put
And
it
that
that way.
just to me, you've also got us on this sheet. I don't know, I understand how this, you've given us a sheet on page 14, and we're not down as rural character. To me, we did put in our submission that the atmosphere is going to be changed. That can put us down a number of rural character, I think number 6. Because we're going to be have pockets of rural. I didn't use the word character. Yeah. But there's going to be pockets of rural, and then there's all this residential, general residential zone, which is not going to zone. But what the government's bringing, what I understand is, and our question is, which will enable medium density residence standing, I think it's called MDRE, you have to help me, meaning the ability to have three-story buildings built on those 27 residential areas. So that concerns us. And to me, it just seems a bit bizarre when you've got rural one side, rural the other side, rural across the road, rural behind you, and then a big pocket of this residential, which the government is bringing in, you know, you can have a high-rise building. You know, that's what we feel. Then I've got about we're not quoted as a rural character. The residential lots will greatly affect the atmosphere, which should be the character of Otahunger, and be rather strange to have rural blocks across the road and surrounding the residential lots. I've talked about the noise of our rural animals. I can just get people complaining, like, when you're at night and it's so quiet, but the noise of everything rises, and even with geese, if you've got they're great gardens, they'll come at night and they'll honk away. So, you know, my rooster, she speaks out quite early, so I can understand that as a big concern.
How early is quite?
5 o'clock. Yeah, so I had one in the past at 3 o'clock. Yeah, in the morning. So they do make a noise, but that's what we like, and our neighbours have got donkeys and keep in break. And then the other thing is we're big animal lovers and bird lovers. We've got falcons that comes with probably I've got photos in that come. We've got moorhawks, and I understand you're going to take some of the shrubs and that away. And a lot of the habitat was taken down with the what do you call it, a highway, and they're all starting to come back. So they, I think, need to be looked after. Like we've got the kingfishers that returned, we've got herons that come visiting. So yeah, and as for the rabbits, you know, it's an ongoing thing. And you know, you can't get a gun license. My husband's trying to get a gun license, but with this new police thing, or to pay off a couple of the rabbits, we can't get a license. We've been trying for a year. So you're getting one full of that as well for the rabbit control. And I don't believe in baiting because I like me food. What else we've got here? And we've also the long-tail bat. I did ask the survey to be done. It was at the right time when the commission was going in. Yeah, that was just something there's a question. I do believe because of the wetland and the habitat that they like, and they can come across the island. So apparently that is a question to be watched. I've never seen one, but they're at night. So we're doing them out. But it is apparently something that should be looked into. And the extra traffic is a concern. I think I did add up voting the thing. We've got four cars in our family, and then you've got all these extra lots that are going to be going past. And you know, animal lover, the Tui have been hit by the vehicles, so that is another concern. I think the biggest concern for us is the residential lot in the middle of a rural thing, when we're meant to be going rural. Yeah. And then like if the government brings in what we want in the councils to do, then we're going to be having three-story places. If they're all rural, I think that's all I had to say. I don't have to read it rural. Did you guys?
No, absolutely no. I in fact far prefer what you did.
Oh, okay.
So you haven't seen any bats. So are you
No, I've not
aware
seen
of anybody around there who?
The man that helped me with my falcon, he said to me to be careful of that because that is a habitat that they like. Yeah, and then dogs would probably be people to be come into that. But I've not heard them, I have not seen them, but that is a possibility since they do live over in Cassie Island, they could be coming over and we're pretty close. And we do have a lot, like I say, a lot of wildlife. You know. But I would like a few days, but I think it's a long time now. When I think that was the right time to be doing this few days. Than Easter or something, yeah. But other people are more qualified than I am. Yeah. Just keep it rural and we'll keep checking.
Over the years that you've lived there, have you ever had any know of anyone having complained about roosters or your
Yes.
roosters? They have.
Yes. I'm our previous neighbour, and then she sold and left.
What property was that?
We're so it's onto Yoki Street.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the one that's onto, yeah, that way. So yes, we did have complaints.
Number 9 or something?
I'm not sure. I can show you on there.
A different one.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah. And then the rooster, we actually had it outside our bedroom window because we got asked if we'd like him because he was living at a campsite up in Horonua, and he was throwing at 3 o'clock in the morning and all the camp people that would come to visit was very happy. We said, yeah, we'll take him, you know, the truckers that we are. And so we put him in a little box, you know, they're used to us. Well, just outside their bedroom, outside their bedroom. And then they really didn't check it at all. But yeah, they just don't have one. And the one I've got now 5 o'clock.
And any concerns that you're aware of?
I don't know, everybody that lives around us, they don't mind, you know, because we're rural. Like the donkeys, they wait, they don't mind the donkeys, they don't mind at all donkeys. But I'll tell you what, the geese are the loudest, and the geese will do it not, because they are guts on. They're a whole way. That is, and because down travels, you know, like we sort of been a little bit of a dip and it does travel up. Yeah.
Ms. Hancock, were there any particular conditions or undertakings relevant to the Morris's property or concerns that we feel aware of?
Yes, we do have a few conditions that continue to address matters which Ms. Morrison covered. So I'm happy to take those.
If you could run through those just briefly.
If you don't mind, just a couple of other clarifications that have come up, just so that if you're aware that we have responded to some.
I did say that the light pollution, I am so that.
No,
Yeah.
that's totally fine.
fine.
Yeah, and I appreciate that you would like to retain. So just confirming the number of lots, and size of the lots in the southern portion is 490 meters to 7,130 meters.
I write that down, 419.
490 to 7,130. So they do range in size. I'm sure one of the rest of the team can do that, so that we know which lot number at some point.
And what's that attached to? What's that?
Thank you.
The sim balance period is.
So is that a course paper?
No, 0.7.
That's not even a quarter acre.
Oh, acres, sorry. Almost two, yeah, almost 2 acres.
What, these little 20?
No, I mean the smallest one is the smallest one the weight. Sorry, yeah. Yeah.
Moving on quickly, so then we've got some information. So the existing, it is proposed to close the existing access on the road, and there's a condition there which I will find. It's probably easier if I work through the conditions in the order, so that means I'm probably moving on. First of all, lot 105 that I understand forms the boundary of the property is actually intended to be vested in the council as a recreation reserve. So get one over from there. So that's not going to be developed for housing. We're not changing the zone, but I'll just note that there is that condition 8 around that.
Where we in condition 67, we would also very much like to retain the night sky for the future residents of the subdivision. And it's the applicant's position that the Chico Street, the shared path shouldn't be subject to the roading lighting standards. And there is a ongoing issue with council around where we land on that one, but we're hoping that the Chico Street path that makes it not be that. And that's in condition 67. The construction management plan, which is condition 68, and J does confirm the closing of that Otakama Road existing access, and that would need to be done. So Harriet, if I get this right, that needs to be done before, with construction traffic coming in through the new entrance. That there will be construction traffic through there, and then it will close. Okay, so then it will close and it will become the reserve and then the walk access no longer there.
So can't drive it.
No,
Yeah, no. So you know with your lighting, so now you've got your little loop off Otakama Road going back round to 46, 23. Let your street lights around there up a normal street.
unfortunately, the legal road has to have street lighting, which Mr. Trotter is.
So then therefore that's taking away the rural character of where you're living. And it's going to affect our lighting.
That part
Light
will,
pollution.
yes, we have, obviously the applicant has no control over the safety requirements for the legal
Yeah,
road.
but what we're saying is we don't want that. We want that to be rural. That's why I'm here.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I appreciate it.
Okay, so that,
In terms of the applicant doing what it can,
I know.
we're not wanting to light the shed path.
so that is going to affect, the light pollution is going to affect us with that. That's what it is.
Yeah, we're not intending to change the zoning. Obviously, there's a full suite of natural.
How can you not change the zoning then if you're going to be putting all these little houses in there? How are they going to be going on?
Ms. Morris, we're certainly aware of that, and that's something which we'll be getting into.
But can you just help me understand, like I'm a layman, if the zone is rural and you're going to be able to pop these little houses, how can that happen?
Generally, unless an activity is prohibited, you can apply for anything.
Right, so that's what we're doing now.
This is what we're doing. When you
Okay,
get
sorry,
consent,
Mr. Mansell.
when you get consent or not,
Yeah.
there's another question.
Rural, okay. All right.
In terms of other conditions, obviously 69 is the landscape and environment management plan, so we've got additional planting to be done. Condition 73, which we spoke about with Mr. Earl around protection of nesting birds and vegetation removal. We've got 74, which retains the existing carnivorous stands on the site and enhances those. So in terms of the bird population, helps address that.
So the birds are going to be affected by the residential population. And because they've got cats, people will have cats and that's going to affect it. We've also got windows and more houses and more birds are going to bang into the windows. You wood pigeons, but one of the wood pigeons, they're absolutely useless at flight.
In response to your submission, which we did read very carefully, we actually got, I'm not sure if you've seen it, but our ecologist to responding in quite a lot of detail at page 11 evidence. He's gone through the bird concerns that you've raised, the window strike, parakeet, the impact of domestic cats. And he also looked practically at the issue of bats. And I did quiz him as to whether bat survey was required, and he didn't feel that one was needed because of the fact that he hasn't seen them.
No, you don't see them, you hear them at night, but I would like somebody who's more qualified to.
Mr. Goldwater's actually listening in.
Oh, but hello, Mr. Gold. What's his name? Goldwater, hello.
I'm sure
I'm not qualified, I'm just a layman.
I'm sure he will be responding on that point at some stage. But we're just looking.
But he must admit though, with the extra, and it's totally age, look at him. With the extra housing going in that little subdivision, the residential area, there is going to be more cats. There are going to be more windows. Our tuies and Falcon, like it's so amazing to have Falcon to come and show our land. Like I'm excited to improve it. We've got the more forks, we're going to move more forks with that. So yeah, it's a lovely little pocket area, keep it rural, and there will be some damaging rural because it's going to be more people, but it's not going to be as much as the little.
Look, I think we've heard you very clearly on that. Thank you. And someone who's never been along to something like this before.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
So thank you for participating. Slightly, this is not quite a normal process.
No, sorry, it's got a little wobbly, but I think I responded on the conditions
Yeah.
matched up.
Yeah, no,
If that was helpful.
we're just fine. And typically, you know, we wouldn't get into this kind of to and fro. Kind of
Are
thing.
you
So,
ready to chat?
well, yeah, so, you know, a little bit of license going on here, but I think in the circumstances, it's been useful. So thank you very much.
But we are happy with, as I said, we are happy with Mansell, which is such a while. We understand school land, we understand your thing with the highway that's a bit to do as well, but just keep it for all these But my God.
Thank you so much for that. And you heard me say previously, look, anything which happens from here, you know, we'll put out an official minutes, just to advise them on the process and what's happening.
And so you're going to go down and have a look at the area.
And, oh, look, absolutely. We've been once already.
Yeah.
And we're going to go.
Like even in my commission, we didn't focus on Teoka Street, the little narrow way. I do 40 people living on Teoka Street to be, but then government picked up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Ms. Keane, welcome.
Hi, how are we going for time? All good?
We have got as much time as you need.
I can probably be quite quick and give you some time back in your day. My name's Paula. It'll just be me joining today. My husband, John, is at work at the minute, so won't be joining. I just want to give you a bit of context, first of all. We live at 68 Teeko Street. We're right at the end of Teeko Street. We back onto the Waikanae River. So we are neighbours to Richard Mansell and the block of land that is the proposed subdivision. We've actually lived here for 27 years. I didn't realise that till I got prepared to come along today. And going back 27 years ago, things were very, very different. We didn't have the expressway. Kapiti Coast District Council had a plan for a Western Link road, which was a residential road, but it was about 20 years away. And in those days, this block was part of a much bigger block of land. I think it was about 120 acres all up. It was owned by Richard's parents, which is Bruce and Meg Mansell, and they were in the Simmental bull market, the stud bull market. So we were obviously their neighbours and grazed some of their bulls and things like that. John and I both fully support the subdivision. And the reason that we fully support it is because, in our view, this land needs a purpose. What we've observed, and please, I just want to share our observations. This is no malicious intent or anything like that. But what we've observed is that when the expressway went through, this land got severed and isolated. And when we say severed, the water for the troughs got blocked by the expressway. The electric fencing got blocked. The ability to move stock from one part to the other got blocked. Apparently, when it was going to be a Western Link road, there was going to be provision for stock movement underneath. But when it got taken over as the expressway, that all, went by the by, and they weren't going to allow that. So from our perspective, this land has got isolated and it's now going into a state of quite bad decline. When we say bad decline, I really am speaking from the Teeko Street perspective, not so much necessarily what you see from Otahanga Road, although that is getting into a bit of a bad state. But basically, it is quite overrun with weeds. There's gorse and blackberry. But the real problem for us is actually the rabbit problem that we have. And when I say rabbit problem for us, we've got the expressway, which has got rabbits which are not being controlled. We also have got the river. where apart from the occasional flood taking out some of the rabbits, they're largely not being controlled. And equally on this block of land, and there's other blocks of land as well, the rabbit populations are just not being controlled, and it is creating a real problem. So from our perspective, the land actually needs a purpose, and it would be beneficial if the subdivision actually went ahead. From our perspective, we should be looking at ways to say yes to this, not ways to say no. In regards to the rabbits, this block of land, it's about, 41, 43 acres, something like that. It's not viable as a farming block. It actually creates quite a problem. When you're looking at pest management in terms of rabbits, like you can use pindone, you can't use pindone in built up areas. And I mean, cats, dogs, horses, cattle, sheep, etc., can get killed with pindone. So you can't easily use pindone. Products like magtoxin, I've got a chemical handler's license. Magtoxin is an explosive. Some of the places that you buy it from, you have to have a special type of license to be able to purchase it, so it becomes a real problem. When you look at shooting, again, I have got a gun license. I can't shoot towards the expressway. I can't shoot towards the river. Actually managing pests like rabbits is a problem. And in this area, because it's all sandhills and things like that, it is creating issues. I know that when people drive past on Otahunga Road, they probably look out and see a nice rural block, with a couple of horses out there and things like that. When I drive past, I count the rabbits, I look at the gorse, I look at the blackberry, because I know that that is going to encroach onto our place, So from my perspective, if we can give this land purpose, it's better off for the community and it's better off for us as neighbours. Equally, just looking at the state of housing in New Zealand, I do not envy anybody that is trying to enter into the property market these days. It was bad enough when I entered it 27 years ago. It was frightening. It's way worse now. And I think that, land like this, it is in need by communities. We do need to be providing housing in our communities, and we can't always say no. In terms of like greenbelt areas, so the property that we're on, we do back onto the Waikano River. We do have flood zone land. If we're looking at developing greenbelt areas, we should look to some of that flood zone land and be developing that. Equally, we've got about 10 acres that's been declared wahi tapu that cannot be developed. So again, there is greenbelt areas in this region that could be developed if that is the concern of the community. In terms of the points that we made in our submission, Richard has actually replied to us. He's come back to us on the pest control that he's proposing, and he's got a really good plan, and we're very supportive of that plan, and just want to say thank you for hearing our concerns and delivering a plan that is very acceptable. He's come back to us on the sediment runoff. We've got some natural ponds that we have enhanced. They're actually quite lovely wetlands and full of frogs at the minute. It's obviously really wet. So we're really pleased to know that they will not be impacted by the sediment. He's also said about retaining some of the native vegetation, which is some beautiful kanuka trees, which are quite rare now in this sort of region. And equally, he's shared what he's going to do about the blackberry and the gorse control as part of this development. So we're fully supportive of this. In terms of access, so our access is off Te Eko Street. Our driveway, just for perspective, it's almost 1 kilometre long. So taking out the wheelie bin is actually an event for us. And for those reasons, we really do want to make sure that the driveway access is accessible at all times. Yes, we can walk. Absolutely, we can walk 1 kilometre. But it's just a bit of an inconvenience. So we're quite keen to make sure that the access is retained. But fundamentally, like I said, we really want to see this land have a purpose, and are really supportive of the subdivision because it will give it that purpose. And like I said, try to look for ways to say yes, not ways to say no.
Right.
Cool. Any questions?
Yeah. Thanks, Ms. Ken. Look, a couple just to start with, just to confirm, your property borders the north of the application site. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be north. So we're on Te Eko Street. It's the block that goes right up to the river. And we've got quite a smallish boundary with this one, but yeah, it is south of us.
Yeah. Thank you. That was, I mean, look, I found that very clear, to be quite honest. And
Right.
took down a bunch of points, which was excellent. And I think being in full support, there's probably not too much to ask you from one perspective. I agree. Yeah. So,
Yeah, I'll give you a bit of time back.
So thank you. And look, on the same topic, I don't think we need to respond to anything there either in terms of conditions, other than.
I could run you quickly through condition numbers if that helps.
Yeah, oh, sure, absolutely.
Thanks, I did it because it told me
You
to do it on the
did,
fly.
Thank you.
So the earthworks, animal pest control prior and during construction, it is proposed condition 34F. And I'll just note that the details of that, which we, Mr. Mansell agreed with Ms. King, were provided in response to RFI 20 in the second bundle of the response, which set out the criteria and how that would be done, and that was agreed in relation to that with Ms. King. If we go quickly to the construction traffic management plan, again, Richard sent a copy of that condition to Ms. King, my understanding, and she was comfortable with that. There's one additional criteria which I'm not sure we do need to add in, but we have no objection to, was the request from that Ms. King's access was retained during the construction. We would have no of Cheaper Street Road, so we have no problem with that. I think that would be something that would be working through the management anyway, to ensure that people could access the properties. You've got condition 69 around the vegetation to be removed, and Ms. King noted that there was gorse and blackberries and things like that that would be removed, and that's in the landscape management plan. Condition 74 is retaining the canoe stands. Again, that was supported, and yeah, I think that's all I had down.
Excellent, thank you. Right, thank you, Ms. King.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Bye.
Ms. Blackwell and Mr. Strawberry, I understand.
Yeah. Do you want to share copies or have you done some? Oh, it didn't go through. Sorry about that. In my hotspot failing.
We've got a copy of your original submission, obviously,
Yeah,
but
so I've printed out some of the
and your statement of evidence as well. Is that your statement of evidence you previously provided?
that's my statement of reading now. I might start with Aldo's first.
Very happy with that.
Basically, I'm a trustee and the beneficial owner of 44 Teco Street. Had the opportunity to purchase this property from a previous owner just over 4 years ago. And coming from, and one of the reasons behind that is basically I come from a farming family from the Waikato, and when the opportunity arose to actually purchase the property, it was an idyllic site. Okay, just to give me a feeling of the rural atmosphere that I had and enjoyed as a child, especially basically living in central Wellington and things like that. It was very in the time that I've owned it, I've had it tenanted and things like that. But my optimum use of the property is to, when I retire, basically move up and live there. The property is surrounded by trees, and it's been a 1 hectare block, or not a farm. It gives a sense of that rural lifestyle that I've missed. I'm not opposed to some level of development on the property, but I believe that the proposed subdivision and lot 19 in particular will impact on the privacy of the property currently has. Should 2-story or 3-story homes be built on lot 19, for example, it's going to overlook directly an impact on that basically rural atmosphere that we currently have. So I'd like to see some restrictions on the properties being erected, especially on that lot 19. I believe with smaller lots being smaller in size compared to our properties, this takes away the special aspect of the rural property. And I believe that proposed lots should be amalgamated into maybe 3 larger plots around that lot 19 and lot 3. I'm also concerned about the increase in traffic in Chico Street, as the road is quite narrow, and I know that basically part and parcel of the development, there are going to be some of those issues that are going to be addressed. The trees that surround our the border of lot 19 are quite old, and in some cases are leaning towards our house on our property. During the recent storm, some had come down, blocking the access way to 44 Chico Street. They're very old, very tall, and I do have some concerns that, given the height of them and where they are, that if they do topple over, they will cause some damage to our property. I would actually like to see those removed, but again, if they are removed, then I'd like to see them replaced with something of a size and nature that basically will not take away the privacy of that property. And I've also attached some photos in my thing here, which show the trees that have fallen down. You got that too.
Where exactly are those trees?
The trees are basically on the boundary, on the gold lead and up round of where the proposed access way to lot 19. And I just also have some concern as to the dog lead for lot 19 going up. Basically, as it appears to be formed, but it's jointly get access to our property as well. I'm just wondering about, basically, I'm concerned about having access, natural access into our property. So I think when you have a look at it, you see where the dog lead is, our driveway just comes up, for example. That could be an impact. But as I said, from the concept of what's been planned by Mr. Mansell, I think that I support it, but basically with some reasonable issues.
That's a good question. Thank you. Sure. Hypothetically, if lot 19 wasn't part of this proposal, how would you view it overall? How much would that go to alleviate?
I've already made approaches to Mr. Mansell about the possible purchase of the dog lead. He also got 19. I can see then basically we can maintain privacy in that area. Aside from that, those are the lot 19 is a lot that impacts on our property directly. So I'm trying to alleviate that side as well. So the trees bordering the land
would be quite happy for the more dangerous ones to be removed.
Yes, definitely.
But clear that comes with the caveat of, let's replace vegetation along there as it is removed.
Definitely, and of something that is of a reasonable size, so that we can maintain the privacy of the property.
It's not, and we have been on site, as of yet, but it's not clear to us, and I don't think we've got a particularly clear picture yet of whether any or all of those trees are on your land or on Mansell land. Have you got any feeling about that?
The majority ones that did come down were basically from the Mansell side of that dog, where that just on the side of the left-hand side of the dog.
Is there a fence going through there? Or?
Yes, there is, but basically the fence is further down, because if you look where the section is, it actually drops away and in front of the trees and things like that.
So do you think the fence follows the boundary?
No, it doesn't. The boundary basically is further up the driveway going across. Without boundary.
We indicated to the applicant yesterday that we'd be quite keen to see perhaps not a survey grade, but an indication of where they believe trees were in relation to the boundary, just so that it's clear to us, what ones you might own, what ones Mr. Mansell might own, just to assist us and understand the issue. Just thank you.
I can actually give you an update on this, if you like, given that, that things a bit waiting to not discuss that one here. Mr. Taylor is actually here with that overnight and done a drawing, done a boundary survey, but we do have a pretty clear idea.
Look, that would be useful, I think.
That might be. Obviously, there's no point scribbling over retaining trees if we don't own them. So,
so just speaking quickly to this, the ones in the southern area here, they've got a green tick. We were able to confirm just what everybody here. They are definitely within the 44 Eco Street property.
Okay, what about the ones basically on this property?
Yeah, so they're quite clearly within the Mansell property.
Yeah. Those ones.
So those are the ones that's covered. Yeah. So these ones are not here, the ones that were through and earlier evidence about the pine trees. We may need to remove them as part of the road construction. But obviously, if they are a safety concern, that's an issue for the public if this road gets as well. The ones further along this boundary, we weren't able to determine it fully because we couldn't get accurate data for it. It's likely based on where the tops of the trees are, but the ones in the centre here that have got a green circle are within 44 Eco Street. But it was just impossible to tell those.
And we have already removed some of the trees from that site. Yeah.
Bear in mind, that's not 2018.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
and so sorry, Nick, just to finish off the red question.
Not sure. I can't come to on the boundary rule.
But of course, as part of the subdivision, if the proposal is going to go ahead, fully surveyed.
So just a strawberry sitting near, you do have a concern about the trees, not the dogleg boundary trees, but trees on the other boundary.
No, the dogleg trees, the ones that came down basically in the store. Okay. Previously, or earlier this year, we did remove some behind the house, and last year we removed some on the right-hand side boundary, which is basically on 44 Street. Okay. But it's the one on the dogleg here is a concern. There is a couple of deer trees just standing there. Sure. Things like there's a number of them that are quite tall. I was imagine they're fairly tall, so I mean probably over 8 to 10 meters.
Mm-hmm. I took from what you said earlier that you would be concerned that all of the trees on the other boundary, let's call it the northeast boundary, just looking at us.
Sure.
That if all northeast boundary trees were to go, have concern more about overlooking for any development next door.
These here we have to replant. Some of these here we thought basically are on the nature land. And we know that if they're on our land, yes, we would look to basically replace them with something of a substantial nature.
Right, that's up to our advice. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. George.
Thanks, Ray.
Ms. Blackwell, yes.
Short statement to read out. My full name is Alice Jane Blackwell. My qualifications and experience outlined in my evidence in chief, dated 27th of July 2022. This summary briefly sets out an overview of my evidence in chief and highlights relevant matters from the evidence. I've been engaged by the owners of the property at 44 Street to provide planning advice and preparing evidence in relation to the subject application for a rural subdivision and associated with works and infrastructure. My evidence has primarily focused on lots 12 to 19, with a particular focus on 13, 18, and 19. So it should include 14 as well. And these proposed lots have the greatest impact on 44 Street. Rural character and limited depth. The proposed subdivision facilitates the depth of development that is not anticipated or provided for in the district plan and will erode the rural residential character of 44 Street. Should the commissioners be of a mind to grant consent, I consider the following amendments and mitigation measures would help to mitigate the effects of the proposal to an acceptable level. The number of proposed lots be reduced so that there are no more than 3 lots between lots 12 and 19. Future dwellings could be restricted to specific building platforms, giving consideration to the effects on 44 Street. Dwellings on proposed lots 12 to 19 should be restricted to 1 dwelling per lot, i.e. no minor dwelling. Dwellings on proposed lots 12, 13, 14, 18, and 19 be restricted to single story, i.e. maximum height of 4.5 metres. In terms of the condition XX, I think it was like 74XX, it was offered by the applicant in relation to the retention of the existing pine trees surrounding 44 Teco Street. This condition would result in the existing screening being retained in the short term, however, given the mature age of the trees and the limited duration for which the condition will be enforced, it will not sufficiently mitigate community effects on 44 Teco Street. I consider that an enduring condition requiring planting and ongoing maintenance of plants along the boundary of 44 Teco Street will assist in mitigating potential community effects. So I don't think it was so much that these pine trims should be retained at all costs, but that at the moment they do provide some screening, and at the end of their life, and if they're not there, that's going to have more of an effect in terms of the subdivision on 44 Teco Street. Urban environment. I consider that the subject site is not within one of Capital Coast District's urban environments as defined by section 77 of the RMA. I accept that Wellington is a tier 1 urban environment, and this includes Capital Coast District Council. I note that draft plan change 2 is the council's draft intensification planning instrument, which outlines that for the purposes of this plan change, the district's urban environments are 1, the areas of land that are contained in the following zones of the Ultimate District Plan, and that's the zones, and 2, the areas of land proposed to be included in any of these zones as part of this plan change. I consider that as the subject site is in the rural lifestyle zone, which is not listed above. It is not identified as a site to be, it is also not identified as a site to be rezoned as general residential as part of draft plan change 2. It is not in an urban environment. I understand the notification of the intensification planning instrument is expected on the 18th of August. Gateway test. As outlined in my evidence in chief, as currently designed, I do not consider that the proposal passes through the gateway test under section 104D of the RMA. My evidence outlines specific objectives and policies that, in my opinion, are being challenged by the proposed subdivision, and I note that the scope of my evidence is in relation to the effects on 44 Teco Street.
In highlighting these, objectives and policies are considered all relevant objectives and policies. But my evidence highlights objectives and policies not considered as a particular issue. I consider the proposal has significant adverse amenity effects on 44 Street, particularly in relation to character and amenity. This is due to the overly intensive subdivision design and earthworks that exacerbate effects on 44 Street. The proposal is outside the level of development that is anticipated by the district plan. The granting of this application would undermine the integrity of the district plan, and as such, in its current form, the application should be declined.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell.
Or just a question of clarification, but in your supplementary statement, we talk about the trees. Sorry, I just wanted to go through that with you, just so I've got it clear. Paragraph 2.3. So you just sort of again state what your view was with respect to that existing funds and what you were seeking.
So I've got a copy of the actual wording of that condition, but as I read it, it was only going to be retaining the trees until the subdivision, till the subdivision is given effect to, so only in the short term. Otherwise, oh, thanks. So yes, 74XX.
Yeah.
The consent holder shall retain the existing shelter belt along the boundary until the completion of the subdivision. Should any replacement of existing trees be required during this time, consent holder shall liaise with the owners of 44 Temple Street. So it was really just for a short period of time that the applicant had committed to retaining those trees. But for our purposes, or for the purposes of mitigating effects on 44 Temple Street, that wouldn't resolve the long-term impact of having that subdivision next door. There would, as people have pointed out, there'd be nothing to stop those trees being cut down in the future. Yeah. So my solution would be to actually have a condition requiring planting that's maintained on an ongoing basis to provide screening.
So in the form of a consent notice or
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
I think that would be fair on subsequent loan. For what reason?
Well, I mean, any future owner would be well aware of that when they bought the site. But it's not unusual to have vegetation required to be retained in rural settlements. So, if the planting was required to be undertaken before, title was issued and then maintained on an ongoing basis by the future owner, then most of that onus would actually be on the applicant. It would just be a matter of future owners maintaining the vegetation. I'm not proposing that they have to continue to, undertake extravagant planting. It's just ensuring that there is screening there for the history.
So you think a consent notice could be suitably worded to strike a balance?
I think so.
I have asked a question, is that thing?
Actually, no. We absolutely appreciate your contributions, but I mean,
I just want to know how big number 19, how many acres that is?
That's 4,660 square meters. So it's basically, yeah, half an acre. Okay, thanks.
Ms. Blackwell, can we just,
I will leave someone introduction.
I didn't mean to be rude, but yeah, it's just, we want to get through Ms. Blackwell's evidence. Yeah. So, can I take you on to the vehicles and policies? And I guess I should refer to evidence and chief. on that.
Do you want to leave here?
No, thank you, Ms. Washington.
Sorry, I've been a thorn in your
You
side.
did very well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
good luck.
So, yeah, what's your take on, what's your opinion about when undertaking a section 104, the analysis of the way you should be looking at objectives and policies? Ms. Tancock admonished us not to cherry pick particular ones. You've highlighted particular ones. Do you, hearing Ms. Tancock's direction from a legal perspective, that an overall sort of approach should be taken? How do you reconcile your analysis here, and how do you think we should do that?
I accept that we need to do an assessment of all the objectives and policies. For the purpose of my evidence, I was really just focused on, I guess, part of the proposal. But I also think that, particularly where objectives and policies are more directive, that that it's not just a broad brush, everything's equal in your assessment, and where they are more directive and more relevant to the proposal, they can be given greater consideration. I guess my point in highlighting those ones is that I think there's some real issues really in getting this proposal over the line, given, fundamentally the zoning with those objectives and policies, it just doesn't line up.
Could you take us through those ones?
Yeah. So I'm going to use the 2018 appeals version reference, but objective 2.3 development management. To maintain a consolidated urban form within existing urban areas in a limited number of identified growth areas which can be efficiently serviced and integrated within existing townships. And then, do you want me to let's read out each?
So this is this DO.
DO03 development
I'm just going to
management.
try and find that on my laptop. So that, which chapter is that in?
Which version of the plan are you looking
So-
at? It's probably easier for me to.
I've got the E-plan open.
Okay.
Of the operative plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is under the district-wide, under strategic direction,
Strategic direction.
and then district objectives.
District objectives. All right, awesome. Okay. So DO3, got it.
So in my mind, this objective is about consolidating the existing urban form, which I would argue does not include the subject site. And by the proposed subdivision, if it was to get consent, it would be really challenging this objective.
Is that particularly because it refers to maintaining a consolidated urban form within existing urban areas, and that's
Yes.
a defined thing, which the existing urban areas, which doesn't include the rural lifestyle zone.
Yeah.
Although it does refer to what's a limited number of identified growth areas.
Yeah, which the subject site isn't
It doesn't.
one of.
I see there's quite an explanation to that objective, which I'm not going to
Yeah.
trawl through, but clearly there's quite a bit taken into account there. Have you, is there anything within that explanation that you want to draw our attention to?
No, well. I just think that the header of that objective is about maintaining that consolidated urban form. And that's the critical part of that objective.
And the fact, as you pointed out, that it excludes the rural lifestyle zone pretty clearly.
Yes, that existing urban form doesn't include rural land, which I'll talk about later as well.
All right, do you want to take us to the next of your?
So objective 2.11, character and amenity values, to maintain and enhance the unique character and amenity values of the district's distinct communities so that residents and visitors.
So this is district objective 11, is it?
I think.
Yeah, under your paragraph.
Oh, sorry.
9.8. Yeah, it's just that I'm not working
Yeah,
from.
character and amenity values is the
Yeah.
same title.
Right, so it's DO 11, just go through there, sorry. Got it. So how would you describe this particular objective?
Well, I think maintain and enhance the unique character and amenity values of the district's distinct communities. So in this case, it would be maintaining and enhancing the distinct rural community that exists surrounding, well, on the subject site and the surrounding land. Probably particularly D and E are most relevant for this proposal. Productive rural areas characterised by openness, natural landforms, areas and corridors of indigenous vegetation and primary production activities, and well-managed interfaces between different types of land use areas, i.e. between living, working in rural areas and between potentially conflicting land uses, so as to minimise adverse effects.
In your opinion, does let's call it the act, and I'm not talking necessarily about directly doing that, but quite closely. And in your opinion, does the rather mixed nature of the wider neighbourhood need to be taken into account when thinking about that particular objective?
Yes, I think you would think of the mixed nature, but I'd also think that you would turn to the distinct different zoning and the values associated with what's provided for by that rural lifestyle zone. I know that the residential zone isn't very far away at all, but there's a clear difference between development there and development here, and under this proposal, it's essentially, the urban area creeping out into the rural lifestyle zone.
So that although you're taking into account, you might give greater weight to
Protecting the rural lifestyle zone.
does it talk about protection?
Well, managing the interface between, it's essentially creating more of a grey area between what's rural and what's residential.
So it's not necessarily a direction to preserve at all costs.
No. But maintain and enhance the unique character and amenity values.
What's next? Rural lifestyle zone policy 2 or policy 7.11. Find that.
I'm sorry to sort of interrupt, but I think it will help in terms of you finding that I believe the text even things being related to the path green area specific matters. And you'd be looking into the rural zones,
Yep.
like straight to the rural
Rural
lifestyle zone.
Yep, up there, yep. And I should have find P2, which I think is real paragraph.
So, yeah, I highlighted also this policy, which relates to rural residential living. Rural residential living provided for in identified locations in rural residential, which can be efficiently accessed, characterised by land relatively low product potential, avoid potential adverse effects on adjacent farm production activities and other institutional areas. And particularly are at a scale and in locations that avoid creating or expanding settlements. So I guess it was that particular part of that policy, which I also thought was being challenged by this proposal.
And then we've got policy 9. Oh, and you're referring, that was policy 9 you referred to there as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't have any more.
Ms. Blackwell, are you, Mr. in evidence, I think it was Mr. Boyd probably who drew our attention to the what was it called? The company growth strategy to simplify. Are you aware of that document?
Yes.
Do you have any views on that and how it might relate to this development? He was. Did you read Mr. Boyd's?
I've had a quick look at it. Yeah.
He was referring to it's like a very generalised figure
Yes.
in the strategy, which shows a
Part of the site.
part of the site as a what was the term for it? Not a priority,
Medium.
a medium,
Yeah.
medium priority growth area.
You know, I guess this is one of the many documents that councils produce, you know, leading up to, in my mind, it's you know, not a statutory document, it's a council, not something that you can give statutory weight to, but it does indicate general thinking of the council in terms of where growth might be heading in the future. I think it's the step before you go and perhaps look at a draft plan change and then a plan change. And it's at such a high level that I don't know how much weight you can give it in relation to actually going and using it for signaling that residential, this intensive level of residential development is acceptable in this location. I think you'd need a plan change.
Wouldn't you say though that it was a 1041C kind of document? I mean, it's.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. No, yeah.
So if we were of a mind to think that it was relevant, you know, we could think about it. in
Turn your mind
those
to it
terms.
there.
Yeah. And you said you thought, you know, and I presume when you're talking about our plan change, you're not referring to the northern part of the development, are you? More to the southern part, which is a high density?
Well, definitely down there, but I haven't, you know, my evidence hasn't really looked at that part of the site at all. Yeah, I think even this, that the size of these allotments is challenging what's actually provided for in the district plan. And I think we could get through, but there needs to be some more mitigation. So I don't think a plan change is necessary in relation to the northern part, so yeah, I think I can agree there, but yeah, in my mind, just, looking, cursory look at the southern area is, looks far more like a residential zone to me.
Just expanding on that, so looking at it in two halves, perhaps, if hypothetically the more residential aligned development to the south wasn't part of this proposal, it's still, how strongly would you feel that the northern half does not go against, or does go against the, I guess, the direction of the process?
I think I still feel quite strongly that more work needs to be done. In that, if the applicant could implement some mitigation that would, I think houses can be built on this northern lot, but it's a matter of making sure that they're in the right locations. There's, consideration given as to how high they are and how they relate to each other. So as, not just for 44 Teco Street, but to ensure that it upholds the integrity of that rural lifestyle zone.
But in general, you're more focused on the direct effects on 44 Teco Street.
Yeah.
In your supplementary, you drew our attention to draft plan change 2.
Yeah.
So that's in draft. So
yeah, I accept that, but I still think it's relevant in terms of it probably will be notified before this decision comes out. But it specifically, identified the spot zones that are going to be rezoned general residential, and just really to make the point that this side is not relevant at this stage. And I accept that could change between now and this sort of.
if we were making a decision right now, which we're not, you would say that the draft plan change might be a 1041C consideration for us.
Yeah.
Just to throw in the mix.
Yeah. So, similar sort of going to the growth strategy.
Do you have any particular views about the relationship of the SUV to the development?
So I guess I've gone into that. I don't think the site meets definition of urban environment, but I still think at a broad level the NPSB is relevant. It's still going to provide houses that contribute to number of houses that are available, but I think it's less relevant than if the site was zoned residential.
That's all from us. Thank you very much, Mr. Blackwell. That was helpful. Ms. Hancock, I know it's only, well, not even 12, but we were we imagine that we might be a while with Mr. Hanson. Just saying.
I didn't want to use
So we thought perhaps it might be better to break for early lunch and then come back so that we can not split up. Mr. Hanson. Yeah.
Partially self-respond.
We've been doing 45 minutes for lunch. Any reason we should take any longer than that?
Any longer to prepare than what you.
Okay, fine. Look, so why don't we say we meet back here at 12:30? Is that? Okay. So we'll see you back here at 12:30. Thank you.
There's nothing to remember. That was very satisfying food.
No. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for that little voice to say. There we go. I knew she was going to say that. So, Ms. Tam, before we ready to roll?
Yes, we are.
Are you chance to sort out some documents there? Mr. Hampton?
I've circulated
Yeah,
already
yeah, so you'll just,
interim supplementary. I do have a summary document that I was just, so my intention, so line start was, I was briefly going to summarise my evidence chief. And I've got a paper for that. Then I was going to refer to in more detail the supplementary evidence, and that takes us through condition side of things. And then I was going to comment on some of the condition things we've discussed. And we do now have a copy of the council's track changes version of the condition. So that's going to make it a lot easier for us to work through. But that is something we'll, I guess, work on in time as we go on. And there was only one other matter I was going to follow up on, and that was, I think you've had a lot of interesting discussion about various planning mechanisms, the growth strategies and plan changes, drafts and all that. I thought I'd just give you a very brief sort of picture of how it all fits together. But I am aware that the council's probably equally able to do that. So I'll give you what I've been involved in, and then you may have a question you can ask them on.
yeah, because that would be, because particularly find that very interesting.
Oh, well, I think particularly when you said ask the question, this is one of four see something you might have consideration to. And I think that, yeah, if you have that in mind, then just understand that.
Sure, no, look, that'd be very good, because we're on a bit of a learning curve with some of these things.
Well, it's a new environment in that sense, in terms of what's out there, and the council's in the same boat.
Very good. So do you have a feel for how long your presentation to us might take, just to, so the other people in the room can understand?
I wouldn't imagine it's going to take more than 15 minutes for me to go through what I've got.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
Then I'll be in your hands after that.
okay, so 2 hours or what?
Yeah, actually, I was saying that you should should double everything, should you?
I think we had you down about half an hour.
Okay.
Hopefully.
But you can be shorter, of course.
Yes. Well, I'm used to getting asked to do these sort of things within short periods of time, because the hearing wants to close and you're the planner and you're the last one. And they say, oh, then Mr. Hampton will then now summarise everything he wants to say.
Yeah, Commissioner Hendrick and I understand that perfectly well.
So what I just handed out is a very brief picture of my evidence in chief. So if I just,
Just one second. Do the correction.
oh, do you want, oh, sorry, you should do the proper, do you want to do the proper, is your name?
I can, is your name Christopher Abel Jackson?
Yes.
You have the experience set out at 1.1 and 2, 1.4 of your reserve evidence.
Yes.
You prepared the AE, did all the actions in 1.5, summary evidence.
Yes, correct.
Then revised conditions and user corrections.
I have two very minor corrections in my evidence in chief.
Which may have been performed for the word.
No, not at all. So first one's on top of page 28. There's a section E to do with 4 written approvals. I incorrectly said the owner that had not provided their approvals, AJ Mansell. That's not correct, it's MR. And so MR is Richard's and Alice's mother, and she's one of the 3 applicants as well. So after picking up that on everyone else's evidence that they got it wrong, I got it wrong on my own.
Yeah, Richard, are you able to just briefly explain to him why? I've got some mentions from you.
My mother is 87 years old and early onset dementia. My brother and I have joined several
Yeah, I understand that position.
The only other correction was on page 35 to do with paragraph 15.17. And as I was rereading it, I realised that at the second sentence says the request the following conditions are added to the conditions, and then below that is a quote that came from 1516 above. So somehow so that could just be crossed out because that's actually been included above, and didn't belong there.
So that's the entire sentence done.
Yeah, that's right. That was actually up above in 1516. So that was just another correction on those, but they're the only two. If I just briefly go through the planning evidence, so my bullet point 1, I've just highlighted again that what the resource consents are required for, and particularly subdivision in the rural residential zone, which you're familiar with. There is a very small part of the ponding area that is going to be, subdivision in the ponding area and on peat and sand soil. So that's subdivision consent required, and the land use activities for earthworks in the ponding area, and there's a very small part of the ponding area that's included. Did you want to know where that was? Or?
Well, I'm assuming it must be right on the very northern edge.
Correct. It's a little. It's in the planning maps we've got there. One of the plan maps show it, and it's a very small. Comes down in this lots 6 and 7 are part of that. So it's and it's actually going to be raised up, so it's not a problem from a flooding perspective. Yeah.
So does that? Sorry, that's right. Does that still exist in the ponding area? I mean, because the way hydrology has it changed with the
that's a very good question, and that's showing what the plans show. Sure. Yeah. And
which of course we have to take.
Correct. And I mean, Mr. Mansell can tell you from an anecdotal point of view, there's less water in there now than there used to be in that whole wetland area. So whether that is still or not, I don't know, but that's regardless, we need the resources for it.
That is what it's in the plan.
Correct, and I just want to clarify that it's just a very, very small part of that ponding area that's affected, that's shown in information. Yep. Trimming and modifying the indigenous vegetation within 20 metres of the water body. Now that's a cautionary one, as I said in my evidence, and that's only if, in fact, from a health and safety perspective, we need to trim some of the trees as part of the protection and maintenance of it. So it's it won't be needed, but it's consent required. We may not actually use it, but in order to make sure we need to, that's for this war.
When you say if you need to, what circumstances might you need to?
Some of it's diseases on branches or need to be trimmed from a growth perspective so that they'll actually be enhanced and grow. That's it. So no chopping down, but it's just the fact that it covers trimming and modifying. It doesn't and requires resource consent to want to do that. We're not clear whether we want to yet, but we were that it's proportionally quite. Sure. Yard requirements in the southern area, and which is highlighted there, and then access way, the two access ways in the northern area that the lots 3 and 4, which are slightly wider than it should be, and the new roads that should be as well. The PDP appeals version 2018 is relevant district plan. That was relevant when the application was lodged. And everyone agrees that a non-compliant resource consent is required in the questionnaire. Just point out that regional consents have been gained from Greater Wellington. I've attached a copy to my evidence sheet, and they have covered everything to do with discharge and earthworks, etc., within 100 metres of wetland areas and actual wetlands. And I guess that's an important point when considering some of the discussions you've had about whether haul roads will happen and this need to change. We've got consents to do with earthworks, etc., within 100 metres to do with pathway, etc. If we wanted to bring a haul road in, we may have to go back and register those consents, which is another reason. From a planning perspective, I'm sitting there thinking, you know, that could be a issue.
I think the question had a
Yeah,
question about it.
thank you. I was just a question about the attaining the regional council consents. Were they not notified? Was it a
Yes,
challenging
it was, they were
process?
not notified.
A challenging process?
No, it wasn't.
Very easy.
And I guess, yeah, I shouldn't say we were surprised. It was challenging for them because they were in the middle of, as you would know, the natural resources plan still going through the process. It was quite clear what consents we required, and the NES had come in, and the NPS freshwater management. So we addressed all those issues. We also had a lot of discussion with them on the natural hazard side of it, but also the earthworks and the discharges to land. So we covered everything off, and they brought an expert in to assist with them, and we went through the end of the day. It was quite a relatively straightforward process. And in fact, from an ecological perspective, the biodiversity team were actually really supportive and thought that the work done was really good. So that was very encouraging.
Chipping over using the weekend assessments that were given on this project as an example of how they'd like them to be done and presented that with weekend. So really happy with the work that Wildman's doing.
The next bullet point 4, just talking about from a baseline, which you've heard about, and the officer report covers in relation to vehicle movements, building and structures. I've listed them in my evidence chief, the other matters that also committed. And there I'll cover some of those in my supplementary evidence as well. The existing environment, there has been a little bit of discussion on how many lots are available to be developed further up Pico Street. And I know that Ms. Ryden points out there may only be 4 as opposed to 5. I guess that was our call where we thought was at the moment, could be 1 or 2 different. I don't think it's really from that perspective. Just listed in the next bullet point the effects that were included in the AEE. The effects assessment relies on the expert evidence that's determined that mitigation is proposed. Any adverse effects in the AEE assessment that I prepared as a result of the expert evidence and mitigations that they proposed, that the effects would be managed to be no more than minor on the lizard habitat and less than minor or negligible on all the other effects that came through. A number of concerns raised by the council's officers, including the peer reviews and submitters, have been addressed through the design of the proposal and conditions proposed. And again, in my evidence achieved by this all the different changes that have happened with the request for further information, etc. And they're all then brought together in the scheme plan package you've got there that have all of the different plans that have been submitted and changes. I've also recommended a number of other amendments to proposed conditions, and I outline those in my supplementary evidence. The Tico Street improvement works, in my opinion, are not part of the application. They weren't part of the application and not required to mitigate adverse effects from the proposal that arrives from traffic movements, as these traffic movements are part of the baseline. A shared path has been offered as a recreation resource. That's what the application first was, and not a roading asset. And based on the expert advice, the design and elements proposed by the applicant are fit for purpose as a recreation resource. I generally concur with the section 42A report assessment against relevant planning mechanisms. I concur with council officers finding that the proposal is not contrary to the relevant policy of PDP. And I believe that they meet both gateway tests, as I have outlined in my evidence, and it meets 1 of 4 requirements which you can go to that. Gateway, 1 of the 2 gateway tests are met, and part 2 for completeness. And just to remind in there again that it's for a lapse period of 10 years, which reflects where we're at the moment in terms of potentially getting contractors and all sorts of other things. Did you want me to now go to my supplementary evidence and cover that?
Whatever order you'd like to take it.
Well, if I did that, and then I can then answer questions on.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I'm in your hands.
I was going to say the same thing.
I got them first.
All right. No, so when we come back to it,
I will probably, and Commissioner Henry as well, may have some questions relating to evidence achieved, but if the supplementary is where you would like to go, then let's go. Yep.
Okay. I'll just have to find my version. There we go. So my supplementary evidence, I've got an annexure, which is the 5 conditions which we've been referring to as well. First couple of paragraphs are just introduction, so I won't spend time on that. In terms of the amendments to post conditions, as I said, I've attached as an annexure A, a supplementary set that I've provided there. I did want to make in paragraph 2.2 just a couple of clarifications or additional comments. So it may take you to have those conditions available to you. Just take through them. And as I said at the beginning, we've now got a copy of the amended versions from the council from Ms. Ryder as well, and that will allow us to look at some of the other conditions that are new to us. And that's because there were 1 or 2 I noticed that in there, so we haven't done that this slide yet. What I wanted to do is to draw your attention to the additions that I've recommended in here. The first one is after condition 14. I guess 14XX is the best way to put it. I'm not wanting to change the numbering system that existed already. And the purpose of that, so this relates to lot 18, 25, and 28. And it relates to a 5 metre geotechnical setback that's recommended in the RDCL report that Mr. Riley spoke to yesterday. And what it's doing is clarifying that on those lots that if a building is going to be outside of the 5 metres and from a 15% slope on that site, then it can use normal NZS standards. If it's going to be within the 5 metres, it doesn't necessarily, you can't build within there, but they have to be specifically engineering design foundations. So that's what that condition is designed to achieve, and that's the recommendation that came out of the RDCL report. In relation to condition 2021, there's a couple of very minor changes in 20 and 21, and that's just clarifying that it read from original final ground level, and it becomes a little bit of a tricky one because the plan, working through it, works out that once a consent's granted and the consent is then given effect to, the original ground level then becomes the new effect. And we accepted that first off, but we thought it might be clearer just to say final. So just suggested that 20 and 21 we change to the final ground level.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, it was quite confusing.
Well, yes, and any council comes to assess it.
Yeah. So while I understand what it was intended to do, I just thought it might be clearer. And in 21, there was also an additional change there to do with the hedge, which again would be 1.5 metres from the final ground level. So that was just tidying that up.
But just on that, so the reference to hedge has been crossed out. That's
correct.
So not dealing with hedges anymore?
No, it was, I think, Mr. Compton might be able to answer that better.
Yeah, it was the hedges are still proposed, but we didn't want to limit the height of the hedges. So we want to limit the height of the fences that we saw the hedges being allowed to grow to whatever the residents wanted to maintain.
And in the district plan, I think it's 1.8, so in terms of
There's a limit on the size of hedges.
No, that's to do with the fences.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Right. Yeah, so we took hedges out
Yeah,
altogether.
took hedges out and,
Okay, yeah.
I just asked why, what's the difference? But why do you want to limit a fence versus not limiting a hedge?
Because potentially we were, over time, we see these sites actually getting very, very green. And so we do want to encourage the hedges to grow, or not just depending on the neighbours. But we want to limit, I guess, that visual effect from fencing. And so we want to keep it as low as possible, but allow residents the ability to find their boundaries or contain animals, which you can do with the fence.
I'll move on to D, condition 26. There's just some changes there to do with the fees and also the valuation process to reflect exactly what was happening. Condition 33 and a number of other conditions.
So that reflects advice from council, does it, the amount of the contribution?
I believe it's now being corrected to that in the latest. Yeah, it was based on 41 lots, which in fact it was 39 because we take off some of the road reserve lots, both other lots that are picked up later on.
Yeah.
And so I understand there's an agreement that 39 is correct, and that's the correct number. I understand.
So there's a standard fee level.
Yeah, oh yeah, the formulas.
It's correct. That's what you put in the 39 versus 41.
Correct. Yeah, that's all that was.
the conditions the same in this reading division. So.
Yeah, cool. But sorry, is that captured does that change with the new financial year that we just checked over on a month ago?
That's something.
Moving to condition 33. And I guess it's one point that comes up in other submissions as well. What the applicant was asking for was that there's an awful lot of plans and designs and specifications and everything that has to be provided with council with a contractor on board, and also the fact we've limited outside breeding season and all sorts of things and the others. The applicant's been asking whether there would be an ability to put a requirement of 20 working day requirement on approval of all these things. Now the council, and I'm sure Ms. Ryden will answer to it, isn't happy with that. The applicant's still asking for that, so that's something we in mind to. It was left in condition 33, and I'm not quite sure on that. Maybe it shouldn't have been there, and it's something you might want to ask Ms. Ryden about, but certainly they have not included it in the other section, other conditions that we asked for it in, and so that's 46.
So if, just quite hypothesising here, if the council isn't happy with 20 working day limit, do you have another number to what?
Well, I guess that lined up with the building consent requirements, the working days, things like that, which I know they have the ability to extend those timeframes if they need to. Also, I also am sympathetic to the fact that in our time now at the moment with staff shortages and that, it could be quite difficult. So this was asked for quite some time ago. We're still asking for it, but it may be a little bit more hard to implement.
Yeah. The council might be able to respond
Yeah,
to the
exactly.
appropriate time frame. Yeah, it just enables us for the applicant to plan to hit the earthwork season installation and also be outside eastern season. So there's a lead in terms of those plans.
So would there be some things that you need a response on in a rather smarter time frame than others?
Well, if you look at across the board, and I mean, we could give you a full list of them, but most of them, the final design, construction management, plan, trade plan, all those things are things that we would require something pretty urgently, I guess, is the best way to put it. Some of the other, I don't know, I'll probably have my next state person unhappy with me looking at one, but the planting plan might be something that could take more than 20 years. But there are those sorts of, there are certainly key ones, and so we've tried to be reasonable, I hope, on when we've asked for that provision to be in the condition, because then it relates to specific design and plans that you need to then be able to go forward.
Yeah. I just ask what in your view would happen if that was to remain and it wasn't certified within 24 days?
Yeah, that's probably a good question. Where I've seen this work in the past is obviously it's caused, well, I don't know, one, it's been able to implement it, but it's caused dialogue to say, well, we'll have it to you in a week, and then it's after that 20 days, and there's been agreement on that.
It's also a shall versus a must, so there's no conditions are worded in a way that works will commence if we don't get that from the council, which sometimes the other way. So I think it's Chris is to enter into the dialogue around the time frames and future expectation, rather than to say we submitted it, we haven't had feedback, we're just going to keep going and it's all right, which is how you see them drafted.
Yeah, I mean, I think my experience is probably the same as yours, Mr. Hanson, that on submitting these things, it does trigger a bit of a back and forth. To get to a point where the council feels comfortable with the certification.
Yeah.
So it can easily drag out past 20 working days.
I just wanted to, I guess, I've seen them with, if you don't certify it, we'll take it as certified for.
I have seen those.
I guess I'm just checking that that's not what will happen here.
We haven't offered that up. I guess some of them might be appropriate, that I can't plan or whatever. But I would have thought the final design of the constructed wetland, for example, all those sort of things need to go through the proper process. So I wouldn't be suggesting that we would be able to barrel on those sort of situations.
And these things wouldn't be all going through the same person or persons at council. It would be.
But that is another reason why we have a problem, because if there was, at one stage there was a client representative appointed to this project, but that's gone by. I mean, I understand because of resources and stuff. Ideally, that would be fantastic to have one person goes to them and they farm it out. But no, the reality is they'll be working people. And that's why, again, we thought, well, there needs to be some sort of, trying to get a line in the sand, really. That's all we're trying to do. Understood. Yeah. Following condition 68. What I have done there, and you've heard about it, and I'm sure you're going to hear more about it, and you'll have to put your mind to it. I've pulled out the shared path conditions into one new condition, which is 68XX. And the idea there was to put it not under the roading aspect of things, but the a shared path specific condition, and that's where I brought in the bollards, efficient measures to stop motorised vehicles and those sorts of things. So that's where that sits. And we've added another one in there about, I think Ms. Fraser said that there should be a safety audit. So we include that in the last, and the next iteration, as it were, of the conditions. Propose the new. Sorry.
So that reference to safety orders isn't currently part of.
Correct. That's
not, but it will.
Correct. Yes, I've got it in here. Instead of talking about Ms. Fraser, so I'm highlighting that that's what the intention would be to include that in there. Originally, it had been under the condition 64, and we'd asked for it to be crossed out of there, but we didn't put it anywhere else, and so that's why we've now put that into.
Because that condition is very road focused.
Correct. Yes. Okay. Yes. And that, again, it's we're like this at the moment in terms of it's a roading asset, and I'm not saying it's not. So if you find that it's appropriately a recreation asset, but it still needs that audit. And so that's why we put it under this fiscal job.
But just sorry, getting a bit technical here, does it need to qualify or introduction prior to before? Is it intended to construct it for title?
Oh, it's intended to construct, yes.
So
Yes.
would be helpful to get those words.
Uh, 74XX, which we've already had discussions on, and Ms. Blackwell raised it, so I've just highlighted a bit of that one there. That's to do with shelf belt. That's in line with the undertaking that's been given, and I know you've had discussions on that. I did have a few other things just to highlight in that sort of paragraph 1517 of my evidence and sheet. I saw conditions ST8 and W3 to be added back in, and these are all to do with completion documentation. I accept now that condition 16 actually covers that for the entire project, so I'm comfortable that they're not needed. So I've withdrawn that request.
So what part of your evidence achieved is that?
Page 35 was paragraph 1517. And I'd said there's a number of conditions that had been left out from originally that was proposed, hadn't made it into the official report. I had failed to pick up that condition 76 did that job of those conditions, and so I'm saying, but it's fine. It's there.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So we can almost strike out 1517.
To do with the request for ST8 and W3. So we had under the stormwater and the water conditions, we had the documentation completion condition, and basically that's why we'll just put one in at the end, so we appreciate that, so we don't need that.
So I can strike that out and say dealt with.
Yes, all those conditions.
And W3 as well.
That's correct. Yes.
Might be good just on that. I had a question about those ST and Ws. They were the number that was used in the creation. So the other ones that you've left in the evidence and sheet are reflected in your
correct.
Correct.
Yes, that's right. What I've done here is identified the ones that I haven't followed through in this evidence here. So that was the purpose of what I'm doing here. And again, similarly in I, E and 8. It is included in condition 12, and part of the problem I guess I had is that the way the conditions were restructured, there was a whole lot up front that I missed. So similarly, E and 8 I've been asking for to be included in, is in there as condition 12, so I could fill that. And similarly,
do you have? Just, I know it's panicking high technical, but do you have what are the conditions that deal with ST7 and W3?
Condition what? Oh, sorry, that's condition 76. Right. Oh, wait a minute, ST7 and W3. Okay, I haven't. I haven't. No, I didn't identify where they were included.
Okay,
a few days.
Right. Yeah.
What I thought I'd be best. I guess what I would say to you is, I was just saying to you, they're there, so don't worry about them anymore.
Yeah.
But these aren't.
Which I'm happy.
Yeah, these aren't, and so, and some of them I've asked to be in, and some of them I've said, no, I understand why not.
Yeah, and in the event, we'd anticipate you and Ms. Ryan coming up with a final.
Another set of going in. So this is a work in progress type situation here at the moment.
Let's move to condition 5.
Yeah. Again, if I top of page 3J, I'd ask the condition R7 to be included and acknowledge that the intent of what R7 was trying to achieve is in condition 64. So that's been done. And for completeness, I'll include the remainder of the suggested conditions. So R2 is now in condition 2, R4 is now in condition 64, and R4 is now in 68. I'd asked for them to be included, and I'd said, so I did do that for those ones. Hope that was helpful. It's not, it's pretty detailed. Yeah. Nature of the beast. The only other matter I was going to deal with was a response to the expert claiming evidence of Ms. Blackwell. And what I say there is I've reviewed the statement, wish to respond to the three matters: the effects of the proposal on the rural character and rural amenity of 44 Tico Street and wider environment, the section 104D RMA gateway test, and suggested mitigation measures. I realise this is sort of coming after you had the evidence, and it was written to be, I guess, before, so it may be parts I can say to you, I've heard it in my final. If I just read it, in her evidence, Ms. Blackwell identified rural character and rural amenity effects on 44 Tico Street. In paragraph 5.3, page 5, she states that proposed density erodes the rural residential character of 44 Tico Street and will detract from the existing rural lifestyle character of the wider surrounding area. In paragraph 5.12, page 7, Ms. Blackwell states density of the proposed addition erodes the rural amenity at 44 Tico Street. And why I make that point is she's covering both rural character and amenity. Ms. Blackwell discusses a number of factors that she believes leads to the eroding of rural character and rural amenity, including an unreasonable level of development from the perspective of 44 Tico Street. Proposed lots could contain 2 dwellings, 1 residential unit, 1 minor residential unit. Earthwork cuts on lots 18 and 19 that will essentially result in potential building platforms at the same level as the existing dwelling on 44 Tico Street, and a dwelling 8 metres in height, and no guarantee existing vegetation will help to mitigate potential visual and privacy effects will be retained or maintained over time. Ms. Blackwell determines these rural character and amenity effects are more than minor and are not sufficiently mitigated. In her conclusion, Ms. Blackwell states the proposal has significant adverse effects, amenity effects on 44 Tico Street, with particular regard to character and amenity. Ms. Blackwell has not relied on any expert landscape or urban design evidence to determine that the effects on the rural character and rural amenity of 44 Tico Street and the wider environment are more than minor or significant. I therefore consider the effects of the proposal of 44 Tico Street and the wider environment determined by Ms. Blackwell are not substantiated and are contrary to the expert landscape and urban design evidence provided by Mr. Compton that I rely on my effects assessment. I also do not consider the peer review undertaken by Ms. Simpson on behalf of Council support to Ms. Blackwell's findings, as Ms. Simpson generally supported Mr. Compton-Mullen's assessment of minor effects for the northern area of the subdivision. So I've made that quite clear, we're talking a northern area here. In relation to Ms. Blackwell's concerns regarding 2 dwellings being permitted on a lot, I note the land adjacent to 44 Tico Street is 48 Tico Street, owned by the applicant, and has access to the right of way at the end of Tico Street. Therefore, the applicant could build at the permitted activity subject to the standards of set side yard requirements, etc. That's 5 metres. And Mr. Compton can speak on that under this supplementary. 1 household unit up to 8 metres in height and 1 minor flat and or an accessory farm building up to 10 metres in height on a building platform adjacent to 44 Tico Street boundary that could cause the visual and privacy effects Ms. Blackwell has raised as a concern. In relation to Ms. Blackwell's concerns regarding the levels of proposed lots 18 and 19, I note the earthworks proposed reduce the existing ground level from 20, I think it's actually 25 metres, to 15 metres for the building platform across both lots. And I've provided, I know she provided as well in her evidence, the cross section and the plan showing the heights, which I think is quite an important element to consider. Presumably, if one permitted activity dwelling was being proposed, less earthworks could be required, meaning a permitted dwelling could potentially be at a higher level than is proposed as part of the subdivision. This could mean permitted activity effects would be greater than the proposed. In relation to Ms. Blackwell's concerns about the removal of existing trees along the boundary of 44 Kiko Street and site, she suggests these trees help to mitigate potential effects and privacy effects, that removing them through their removal, although their removal is permitted under the PDP, would cause a greater adverse effect of the subdivision. I disagree with Ms. Blackwell's finding on this point. Any effects of the removal of the trees is deemed by the district plan to be acceptable as a permitted activity, and therefore these effects can be disregarded as part of the consideration of the subdivision proposal. Claim their removal creates a greater adverse effect as mined in the planning merit. Notwithstanding this, the applicant is prepared to accept the condition to retain these trees along the boundary of lot 19 and 44 Chico Street, including the dogleg access boundary, until the completion of the subdivision. The applicant, as consent holder, is happy to liaise with the trustees of 44 Chico Street and to use appropriate native species as replacement trees. And that's the condition I've included that we went to. The section 104D gateway tests, PDP, and section 10 of their evidence, Ms. Blackwell determined the proposal does not pass either of the 104D tests for a non-compliant activity. As I discussed above, I do not agree with Ms. Blackwell's findings that the effects of the proposal are more than minor or significant for the mitigations proposed by the applicant, and I rely on the expert evidence of the mind to make my assessment. I agree with the council officers. Agree with the council officer that the proposal passes this gateway test. I also do not agree with Ms. Blackwell that the proposal is contrary to the objective and policy of this plan. I consider Ms. Blackwell has not used the correct planning assessment for this gateway test. In particular, I consider the assessment requires a broad judgment to be made of all the relevant objectives and policies. It is not correct to isolate out one or two objectives that might be contrary. I consider when taking a broad view of the relevant objectives and policies, both passes gateway test and the council officer for the same conclusion. I appreciate you had a discussion with Ms. Blackwell on those particular points that she's raised. So just the mitigation measures, Ms. Blackwell offers a number of mitigation measures that would, in her opinion, make the northern area acceptable. Ms. Blackwell summarises these mitigation measures should permission be in the mind of grant consent as follows. And I've listed them there. Obviously, there's reducing the lots 12 to 19 to 3 lots, requiring building platforms to be identified and dwelling locations restricted for the lot she's listed there. Dwellings to be limited to 1 per lot, i.e. no minor dwelling. Dwellings on lots 12, 13, 14, 18 and 19 to be restricted to single story, maximum height of 4.5. And shared boundary as landscape and private mitigation on an ongoing basis in response to the consent of the future landowner. Essentially, I consider the level of restrictions Ms. Blackwell is seeking to be imposed by way conditions are not defeatable. As I've discussed above, Ms. Blackwell has determined there are more than minor or significant adverse effects proposed on 44 Kiko Street and has not supported that determination by expert planning, expert landscape and urban design advice. And based on the expert evidence of Mr. Mullen and peer review of Ms. Simpson on behalf of council, I do not accept the level of effects are more than minor or significant and warrant mitigations as Blackwell requests. I've discussed a number of the effects being identified by Ms. Blackwell covered from the baseline of the
Just from the supplementary, paragraph 3.10 started talking about the vegetation between lot 19 and 44. Over the page, paragraph 3.15 B, sort of partly answered the question. So I put a question to Blackwell about that she wants to see some form of in perpetuity protection of that vegetation. So I was just wanted to re-ask that with yourself, whether that would be appropriate or enforceable. It would be a valid planning proposition, I guess, to address the issue of that they would concern with as
I mean, I think the position I have, based on the advice I have, is that that effect wouldn't justify some sort of condition in perpetuity. And I think what's being offered up is while the applicant is doing the works, there is a question of whether the vegetation along the dogleg could or could not remain as a result of some of the earthworks required. And I think it's reasonable that the applicant be asked to during that period of time consider replacing them if that was the situation. But the remainder of the site, I think, once it's owned, it's in the new ownership, I think it's becomes a normal battle between two landowners on vegetation along the boundary and how it's maintained and kept. I can't see, I don't think it is fair. I think that was the term we used, or reasonable that a new landowner would be expected to have that burden put on them as well. And again, there's no reason why Kiko Street, 44 Kiko Street can undertake their own planting along their boundary and replace that, what they consider some of the effects of privacy and visual in the interim themselves.
And just a question, this is a general question, sorry. How possible is it to, in terms of to get rid of existing trees, to then plant with something reasonable? The naiveness area, but I don't imagine just what's the story? You go and grow something, or can you plant? You can't plant something that's 20 meters high.
No, you can't.
No, right.
No. In most instances, probably 3 meters. And then the species that we sort of tend to use for screening, the carp or pine, you tend to find them small because they're fast growing. They don't grow them big. Species that you can bring onto the site. Yeah, so to replace those pines and both where it's maybe 40 years old.
Mr. Hanson, I just want a clarification. The supplementary top page 5. The last couple of sentences there where you say, presumably if only one permitted activity development is being proposed, less earthworks could be required, really a permitted dwelling could potentially be at a high level. Could you just expand on that a little bit more so that I understand?
Well, what I was saying, so currently, if you look at the plan that was attached to the correct. The earthworks that are involved in that are for both lots 18 and 19, and so are quite wide and taking it down. It's cross section as well, showing you taking it down 5 meters. I was suggesting that if you weren't going to be subdividing, so there's current width there of the current site, you wouldn't be doing that degree of earthworks because you're not getting access to 18 as well. And so you could potentially get away with a much smaller footprint, and you probably wouldn't need to go down 5 meters. And so you could build a house as of right, as long as you're 5 meters away, that could be much higher to start with, and then be 2 stories or 8 meters on top of that, or likewise a barn that goes 10 meters. So that all I was trying to say is that, and I don't think that's fanciful either. I think it's a possibility. But the earthworks that are being proposed there are in order to service the 2 lots. Yeah, and again, I've said only one dwelling, but I mean, there's obviously a minor flat to be put there as well. But it's the minor flat seems to have an area, but not necessarily height restriction. But I just said, look, even if you put one house there, that was.
Sure, no, I hadn't appreciated that point about that being the earthworks. Yes, for both of those. Sorry, no, that's good. Thank you for that clarification.
With your summary key points document that you just provided.
Yes.
Bullet point down, we start with the existing environment.
Yes.
I just wanted your thoughts on whether, and considering the existing environment, in particular the current state of Taiko Street, whether it should be the current state or should we have any consideration of, I think through evidence we've heard that if it was up to the standard that it should be up to, the engineering standard, that it's not at present. So with respect, coming back to the existing environment, do you think there's anything there to consider or explore about two different differences?
I think obviously the purpose of the existing environment is to see what is there. And at the moment, what I'm saying here, and I know Ms. Fraser has done from a traffic perspective, has said currently there's this number of vehicle movements there from these dwellings. Potentially there's more dwellings that can occur, there's a resource consent, etc. And so that's part of the existing environment, any consents that have been granted, not necessarily going to affect to. Yes, the existing environment is also the state of Taiko Street, but that's not necessarily an RMA issue. It's as I think Ms. Hancock said, it's a local government issue and a standard that is required by to do with council and its maintenance, etc. But that is the existing environment at the moment. I'm denying that growth, and I don't think there's any question with anyone that it doesn't make up. I think that everyone agrees to that. The real question is, which is one obviously to be minds to, is that actually a consenting issue for this project, or is it actually a part of the existing environment that you can't really do anything about?
So, where do you want to take us next? You said you were going to take us through.
Oh, sorry, you're absolutely right. I did too. I thought, oh, where did you want to go? What I want to do is just, and I appreciate you asked Troy some questions yesterday about where KCDC was, with its policy and where it's going. And I just wanted to give you a very brief overview of the different parts that are in play in terms of where the site might end up. And I did appreciate the question about, is it a 141C matter or that you might have to consider. And I think that's a very good question to ask, if you mind to. So obviously we have the RMA Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Act, and we have the question of justification. And so that's one aspect of that. We have the Wellington Regional Growth Framework, and it's interesting to note that the framework went right up capitally and also included the need to look at new growth areas. We have the district plan, which also identifies growth areas. And then we have the Tupu High, which is the council's growth strategy, which is tied back to the Wellington Regional Growth Framework. And I just wanted to draw to your attention within that. I think you had a copy of the strategy.
I did, and following that one, Mr. Luke.
I just wanted to draw you to a couple of points in that helps to give a context. And the first one is on page 15 of that strategy. Electronic version.
Yep. Fortunately, the PDF numbers match up with the page numbers.
So that's where there's been this talk about the area covered or partially covered by the green blob. Have you worked out exactly which part that green blob is? This is
No, maybe that's not on 1 page 15.
Oh, okay. So it's,
I've got it up on page 16.
right, okay.
which is like-
Yep.
It is on page 16.
Oh, you're actually right. I looked at 15 at the top of page, thinking that was the page number. 16.
It is
Yep,
16. Yep.
So,
Sure.
so that's it there. And I think the important thing to realize, to note is the grey area is the current. So in this block, the grey area here is the current.
What the hell?
I don't hang up, and so that's this area here, which comes to there. And so I'll just leave it at that stage because I'll try and put it all together. And then if you go to page 20, sorry, let me just get the page number. I hope I get it right this time, 45. Now, I think it was a diagram you had. Yep. So what you can see there under the setting out framework, the district plan, 2022-2023, the urban development plan change intensification focus. Now, that's the one that you referred reference to in the past, which has been in the draft. And that draft has identified, and it's due to be, I think, as Blackwell pointed out, the 18th of August, we notified as plan change 2. And that draft is bringing intensification measures into existing general residential areas. And interestingly enough, even though the introduction to the draft said it wasn't going to do anything else, it does actually introduce a number of other small sites that are adjacent to existing residential areas, or the draft anyway, whether that's through to the final plan change, we don't know. So there was one up near Narara Road that is adjacent to, it's currently rural, and there's also sites down near Raumati near where we come on, if you come up to change, coming off the expressway there, of some other areas. Some of those are rural, some of them are, I think one even rural residential. So there are several already getting.
Like within on gardens anymore?
But yeah, I couldn't say that clearly, but all I'm saying is that there are, it also, the draft plan change to included a number of areas that weren't general residential. Now, Mr. Mansell has actually put a submission in pointing that out and saying it's interesting, why isn't there others, etc. But that's just the draft. And the point being is that this area here is going to have the general, that's general, so that's going to have the intensification provision we're expecting as part of plan change 2, if it comes out as the draft. And that's why Company 9, for example, says this is an extension of that, because it's not unreasonable or unreal to expect that in the future. But that's, in fact, that's not going to be as intensive, which is I guess we need to make.
Yeah, sure. And coming back to that very, very generalized diagram on page 16.
Correct.
Those areas you're talking about aren't raw on there.
Oh, sorry?
Those areas which you just described, like that one at the entrance to Raumati South.
No, they're not. That's right. Not that I know of. Oh, that is it. Yeah, there's a blob down there. I think
Oh,
that's-
actually,
yeah, there is. Yeah,
there is. And
but
yes.
I don't think yeah.
And that would,
And some of the others are as well. So there's a high priority greenfield growth area that is part of it. That's up in Narara as well.
do you know, this is all really interesting, and actually, you know, I think it's quite crucial for us in terms of our decision-making process. I was going to signal this at the end of the day, but I'll say it now. What we are quite keen to receive from the applicant and also from the council is your individual takes on how all of these things stitch together.
Yep.
Because I mean, I think it's absolutely vital for us. I mean, it's been a somewhat fluid environment. The applicant's been caught by circumstances to some degree. And so we want to be really sure about the context in which this is happening. And so, I mean, look, we'll issue a properly worded direction in a minute about this, just sitting out exactly what that I'm flagging here.
Yep.
So you understand, we need this broad picture about how this work fits together, how it fits with the PhD, and the directions under that, how it fits with the objectives, what the Blackwell for the more directed and relevant objectives and policies in relation to urban development in the district plan. Because we feel we're lacking that.
Well, that's right, and I mean, to be fair as well, those objectives and policies that are in the district plan now that were in the PDP came out in 2012 or earlier. And so from that perspective, I appreciate what Mr. Blackwell was saying, they're there, but they're all, the context of them as well from that perspective. Yeah.
It's moved on so much that the NPSU even SDG, sorry, came out, I think, the week that the PDP hearings were closing after a year. So remember us raising it in the legal submissions going, it's now relevant, you may have to take it into account. At that point, the regional growth strategy.
Probably touching a few schools here, but yeah. So look, highly mobile environment over the last couple of years, and it understands that we need far greater clarity about that context.
You're not the only commissioner that's asking for that statutory direction.
Yeah. So we are absolutely going to be asking that from both you and council. Well, that's right. We might even consider whether we ask Ms. Blackwell as the only other expert planner in the room to give her take on it as well. We'll give that support.
I just want to continue because you made a very interesting question of Mr. Ford, which is, are you jumping the gun? And I thought that was a very good question, and get me thinking. And so what I wanted to do was again raise in this table we had on page 46 was the fact that we have the intensification PC2 coming. We have this strategy saying there's greenfield opportunities out there that are coming soon, but not yet, which is this question, are we going to government? The timeframes that are put here at the moment, and I appreciate there could be some change, 2023, 2024 to have another plan change that deals with greenfields. The point that we're making, I've made in my evidence, and I think Mr. Boymark is making all that, is that the reason for that, given this strategy, is that there needs to be assessment of the natural environmental things associated with these greenfield sites, and also the infrastructure. And I guess what we're saying is that that's been done. That's the message. And I think Mr. Taylor referred to, we don't need to plan there, but I wasn't quite sure whether you were fully aware that the infrastructure that we're talking about linking into is really, really close. And that's made another feasibility question about that side of it. So we thought, and the second one is we've done the net, we looked at, and the natural side of it they're talking about is flooding and all that, and again, we've managed all that. So that's why I guess the question, are we jumping the gun? We're saying, well, if you looked at exactly what it was that they were going to intend to look at, then bring a plan change in. We think in this site, it's there.
I think, from my perspective, and possibly Commissioner Hendricks as well, without jumping the gun on our own deliberations, where I at least was coming from was, yes, you've done all this work on the site, and look, the focus of my thinking in all of this is just on that side of the area, as you understand. You've done all this work in relation to the site. That's great, but and that sounds like it's the kind of thing that the growth strategy is talking about. But the question in my mind is, the work hasn't been done around how that fits into the wider and integrated strategy about and that's, I think that's part of what we were set out in our direction to you. in terms of a question to specifically address.
And I think, I mean, the interesting thing this morning from Senator Morris was saying the zone change. Well, no, the zone's not changing. And therefore, again, but, plan change coming forward in the future very well could change it. Now, what change it to, I don't know. But again, that's what we were trying to sort of say was that it's still a rural zone underneath. So the concerns that she has, for example, I think that you can't, if that got changed to residential, then people buying in there complain about chooks and all that because they bought a residential property, but it's not changing the zone. So I guess there's a few things like that that we were trying to navigate our way through as well.
And look, I think we understand your difficulty, and I think you understand ours. And we just want to get it right. At the end of the day, a safe decision is what we're aiming for.
I think ultimately, so when we, back in June last year, the application was lodged and also when it was being developed, there was still a view that the non-compliant could be under the district plan. So that provides you the chance to look and, assess the effects on the basis of the plan. I think the fact that all these additional national directives and legislative amendments and things like that have come through shows you where the policy environment is going and may add a bit more flavour to that, make it more attractive in terms of development. I don't think it actually means, it's not a fundamental thing, but you can still look at whether the application can get consent under the rules. So it's a bit aside, very interesting, and also something you have to bring in under 104 and the direction to consider the medium use. But I mean, it's come about as a result of the fact that it's taken us so long to get here.
Yeah, as I said before, I understand circumstances have contributed in a way. I'm just concerned to understand whether it is just a side issue, as you put it, or there is a greater degree of consideration that we should apply.
Yes, no, and we'll certainly look at that in the detail issue. It would be quite ironic if, as a result of the NPS directives intended to create housing, that they sort of more housing tied up an application to get there, but we'll certainly look at it.
Yeah, and it comes back to consideration something yes, you need about well-functioning urban environment, for instance, and that comes out through an integrated approach to planning. So yeah, you can see the totality of what I'm certainly interested in.
Oh, absolutely, and that's my point. And that's why the two high strategy is really good, because it actually puts the roadmap for council on where it's going, and also the mechanisms it's going to use. And so from that, and we didn't have that as well, except to earlier this year sort of thing. So I think we had the Wellington Regional Growth Framework, but that was not that helpful as this is. So we're getting a finer grain every time. Yeah, we're going through. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so I think that's positive. And I guess you asked me Blackwell, and I agree with it. You have to decide how much weight you put on that, considering it is a critical or not. But if you look at the bigger thing, you can see that there's a pattern there, and you can consider it initially.
Okay. Yeah. So sorry to throw that in the works, but I
Definitely not so we can
yeah.
No, that's totally understandable. It's getting requested almost at every hour hearing that you're doing because it's difficult.
Comes as no surprise. Very good. Sorry, we got sidetracked.
That's as far as that's all right. And cover on that before.
Yeah. And look, I mean, I'm pleased I got that on the table at least. From
I'm just trying to just see wait through the copy I've got here. Mr. Hanson, 3.5 of your evidence sheet. And it's to do with the shed part. And there'll be comments and questions for the council team as well. But I just wanted to understand in your view with respect to it being a local reserve versus a roading asset, roading reserve. Why is your
Sorry, sir,
preference?
I think the new conditions, if you've got a word, it's either vested or dedicated as a road. I think that's the word, in the conditions, in the version you've got here, I think it's in conditions.
7 and 8.
Oh, no, sorry, in Ms. Ryden's version.
So you have to excuse my lack of understanding of grasp of some of the technicalities of subdivision.
You're looking after me this question, I think you can ask.
The thing dedicated and vested.
They're just different mechanisms to legally establish this road. And when you vest road, it has to be spread of premises. So if in the past, if there was a road storm with a, there's drainage piece that's been dropped down all the titles, you couldn't see it. You go through a simple process of dedicating the road, and that involves a different. The road doesn't vest upon the insurance subdivision titles, so it's a simple process. So you get to the same end result, then it's a big road council.
So there's a timing and definition issue.
Yeah, it can usually be resolved relatively quickly.
Yeah, let's don't like it because we're not lodging it in the title.
London basically, so the district administrators basically said that they want to limit as much as possible with the dedication of road because it effectively against strips people of their rights if they've got a right of it, even though they've been alienated from the land, that's still in what's disregards. So it's in there because sometimes it's possible to remove. Right? There are mechanisms to remove. Yeah, it is the condition.
So in terms of the conditions, using the phrase vested or dedicated is to cover all bases.
Well, that's the council's.
Oh, it's the council.
Yeah, that's the council's number 7. So that's their wording. So you might want to ask that question again. The original application, the point I'm making here is the original application was actually vested in the council as a local purpose reserve, which is for recreation and recreation track. And I guess so the application, that's what the application was for. And it certainly came as a surprise to me when we had a meeting with the roading people. It's felt like it's going to be a roading asset because we had already had discussions with the park people. And what that does is that elevates it to a different standard of requirements. Again, I'm sure there's trouble outlining on that, but the way he described it to us is that it becomes a commuter route between 2 cul-de-sacs. It's required to meet these, and it's just like got me a little bit by surprise, just as the plan and my understanding of what it might mean. And I guess from my perspective, I know it was Hancock's raised it, and that is the question is that actually within scope of what the application originally was for? I don't know if you like this, something that you might do. But in my view, in my opinion, I don't agree it should be a roading asset. It wasn't intended, it wasn't applied to it. And the standards that are required are much greater, and it's not the purpose in my view. And that's where
my question is, I suppose bluntly, does it matter if whether it's a local purpose reserve or a road to vest? Does that actually matter to the team, or is it actually whether it's going to be a sealed pathway or a non-sealed pathway?
well,
And maybe you can't, maybe I can't.
well, I see them as connected because the vesting of it then depends on what is going to be maintained and kept as a recreational path, as opposed to a road further down the track. And because we're doing it for council, difference means we have to provide it to a standard that's much greater. It wasn't intended, and lighting, etc. So
I think, are you saying if there was agreement on the design of the track, would it matter how it was existed? Was a question. So I think if that may be something that Mr. Trotter wants to elaborate on, but I think a lot of the applicants have said would be removed if the design was set rather than the situation that the council's taking. Position the council's taking is, no, we want to do something entirely different and it will become something entirely. So,
Thank you. Yeah, I just,
but if council wanted to manage a walkway as a road effect, you know, I'm not sure we mind.
And there are changes, as you can see in there, to it in terms of gradient and those sort of things to try to get closer to where it might be a roading asset, but not to the degree that I think we understand and expect.
Not if it triggers the regulations.
with respect to section 6A of the RMA, was any, just a practical reading about section 6 in that one? It's not, so it's not there. Coastal environment, but yet, do you have any views about how it should be assessed against section 6A there?
Oh, okay. Well, yes, it is, isn't it, with the sites within the coastal environment. But I think as Mr. Goldwater has indicated, the dunes are not functioning dunes anymore. The distance is quite some way away, and I think the coastal environment effects, as it were, have been considered from that perspective, but it doesn't meet it in terms of section 6 matters, etc. Doesn't meet any of those requirements.
Mr. Compton Owen also addressed coastal environment issue from the perspective.
I think Ms. Wyden also addresses that point as well. You're on the report.
So 3.5 1 the landscape report. He deals with coastal processes.
The question on in 9.4 there, Chief, is sorry, 9.4. Just with regard to the subdivision, the other subdivision that is at the northern end. Just wanted really clarification of where that's at. It sounds like it's been issued.
Yeah, I think it was a was that section that pointed out to us? I think that's a total. Is that DB 534361?
Is that what stage of development is that at?
So something that's been approved in the first stage, I believe it was subdivided. What we see there, small lot. After that was completed, and if I understand it, they're currently going through the engineering approvals phase to continue with the rest, but I'm not sure if they actually.
Actually, another part of 9.4, which is saying there appear to be 4 undeveloped lots. So that's in addition to the one we were just talking about. So can you point out which one?
Yeah.
But I just thought
I think it's part of it on.
Sorry, the foreign pipeline, that's what I'm talking about. You want the 5 lot subdivision?
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure we covered that in the way.
But you have a 5 lot subdivision. Sure. Yeah. And so the first lot is developed. Still true.
Yeah, well, the other undeveloped lots is.
Where's Jim?
That's John McCarthy's block there, that's John McCarthy's block there.
because the way I was reading in Mr. Hanson's evidence, it sounded like talking about 2 different things.
One of the lots been split off into 4 kids. Beyond that we pulled off.
Up here.
Yeah.
It was named
I'll put that on to my list, to do it updated link thing one of the things.
Perhaps we're reading something into that which doesn't exist.
We'll investigate.
I think in her officer report, Ms. Ryden clarifies that there wasn't pulled up. I think what it was put into context, we didn't do a site visit, we looked at the aerial photographs and we could see that there was 4 other lots that was featured again. I think she has raised it in her officer report.
Sorry, do you mind me? It was in the document from yesterday, there it's just a little bit of a thing here.
Oh, is that one? Okay, thank you.
I'm also happy to provide an update on the subdivision consent because they recently applied for a variation, which because of the hearing I haven't had a chance to look at yet, but it is something that's been allocated to me. And I understand that saw some changes to the services that were originally proposed, but yeah, I guess for clarification, in terms of looking at the aerial, there does look to be a lot more lots up there that are undeveloped, but there are some that are amalgamated. So obviously, with a house already on it, there's only the potential, I guess, for sleep outs and accessory buildings and things like that, as opposed to that full vacant site available.
We did ensure that Ms. Fraser was provided with full copies of all those concerns and assess the traffic conditions as part of the.
Sure, which is what this comes back to, at least in part. Also comes back to the character of the area as well. But yeah, in the traffic.
And that A and B, part of that came from the traffic assessment side of it. So that was brought up in that, and that's why that was. Also, into traffic movements on the street, so that captures the context.
Turning to paragraph 11.9, the Johnson Chief, subparagraph A. Just at the end of that paragraph, subparagraph A, you said, and it is proposed to add a consent notice requiring the building, and so that's in your.
That's correct. I can take you to that. If I can find it, it's certainly been added in there, and so it's looks a consent note. It's 24XX. I do note that Ms. Ryden's included in there with some slightly different wording, which is fine, which I don't have a problem with, but it's in there with respect to lot 35. So yeah, in discussions with Waka Kotahi, they raised that point, and when we looked at the lots, the only lot that would be affected by it may have a dwelling on it was 35, which comes in and goes to it. And then so we measured off and we could see that it was the 40 metres was going to go just into it, but it's such a big lot and you wouldn't probably build there anyway. And there's plenty of room, so we're quite happy for consent notice on there saying that your building platform has to be further away than that, so that's easily achievable. And I think Waka Kotahi we're going to rely on district planning positions anyway, but we just included them.
One thing that I thought of was with regards to contaminated land, like the NSCS. I don't recall seeing much of anything in there with respect to that. I just was curious as to where did that end up.
It's not a registered ale. We check that out, and
Quiz Richard about his knowledge of as well as use of the SAT, and we
yeah, I think if something comes up, we'd have to be covered obviously by the
So no particularly superphosphate stuff like that. What's not which contains a lot of cadmium. It's something which doesn't. Anyway, so not in the last probably 10 years.
Yeah, there's, I mean, in most ship dips or Yeah, so we went through shifts, glass houses, all those sorts of potential type ones. We couldn't think of any, couldn't find any there in the surface house, so we're just going on. Yeah, we are covered anyway, but
Yeah.
yeah,
There was
that's right.
also the fact that a lot of the more farming operations occurred in the trading people and from the other side of the exit. So
Right. There is a potential there, deep life experience. That's the first time I've ever heard that in a hearing. But I suspect that is again on the other side.
you have a full experience.
I don't know if we're going to go into any history or anything.
I'm sure there's a really story behind that, but. Oh, there was a line pack on the other side. Oh, that access through to Echo Street, which is where I lived to drive my mother's car up and down from the district before they were in the house. Well, I hope that doesn't connect to the deadlines.
Or the state of defect.
Okay. This is maybe a follow-up question for Mr. Compton, but it's just that I see this, Mr. Hanson, in your 14.16 that the NZILA scale and a final version is going to be published only a few days ago. Just wondering whether that affects the wording used for any of the conclusions in Mr. Compton's evidence or document.
It doesn't. That line that basically is where no and minor are quite where that has moved in the latest plans. I haven't seen the very latest one, but that's surely. But no, it doesn't change my
There's minor changes around the literature fees, language, descriptors.
And I must say, this is provided by a planner. I was trying to navigate their way through, so that, and that's why I thought it might be helpful for you to put your mind to it, planners navigating your way through.
Absolutely, because we speak different languages.
the industry they had was basically very low, was less than minor, and then they had low as minor. And that line is actually moving down. So some aspects of which you consider low still can be considered less than minor as well.
Yeah, or about to be at.
About to be at, yes.
Yeah, we had an interesting workshop with Mr. Compton on that, and got to the point that we realised we were all talking about it. And the final language matched up.
It's a journey, isn't it, sometimes? Actually, I don't have any further questions from Mr. Hanson's evidence in chief. I mean, the big thing for me really was the policy framework and what's happening there. So, we'll get covered that. Commissioner Hendrick?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Nancy. So let's move on to the council team.
Could we request a short break, at least based on, obviously the change in the schedule would be good for us to be able to have a quick catch up and other good from Mr. Hanson.
Sure. Is there just 15 minutes left?
Yes.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
All right. So yeah, let's go again to the past. If you need long,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I might go and do a quick coffee run. I'm sorry. Robert, can you start on?
Oh, you're going.
Yes, what would you like? Skinny snack line.
Or are you going to coffee?
Did you want coffee? It was a question.
No.
It's not considered bribery. Can't live without trying. Yeah. I would latte
I'm sure there are many different schools of thought about that.
We'll just get introduced.
We can pay the favour on to David another time.
Oh, okay, very happy to.
Did somebody stop the recording?
I didn't hear it. No.
I did not hear it. Oh, it was-
There we
thank you.
And it's fun job.
Yeah.
Waiting to get it.
Yeah, she was late. Right. So, I guess, I don't know what order you want to do it, but I think you go first in this moment would be good. And then followed by either of your witnesses. And we'll, I imagine asking you each questions in turn. Yeah.
Thank you. I guess the first point based on your previous indication that you'd be issuing a minute around like growth strategy and SUD and all that sort of stuff. So I haven't initially, there was some comments in my document from yesterday around that in regards to Ms. Blackwell's evidence, but I won't go into that now. So leave that until that later stage. Earlier, you raised a question around the change in the figures for the financial contributions. This was a change based on evidence from Mr. Taylor that there were some records of title that weren't provided when the application was lodged. It appears that there was a couple of things that we just missed off, so yeah, had no issue. Obviously, changing that condition to reflect those revised figures. So at paragraph 15.2 of Mr. Hanson's evidence in chief, he expressed his support for lot 104 to be vested in council itself with purpose reserve. At the time of preparing that document, I'd obviously gotten some information around it being considered a roading asset. And
We just go up and. Oh, that's right. I hope that doesn't throw you too much. So we've got to.
Well, thanks, Ray. I'm talking about
All
a
right.
little bit of confusion around the shared part and the term of calling it a roading asset. To me, having worked at council, that was sort of like appeared to me as an internal thing about how these funds were managed to do maintenance and things like that. Which is why the original condition that we had proposed mentioned that it being a local purpose reserve and subsequently changing to roading to best, which Mr. Schroeder is going to provide some detail on that classification later on. So that's why there was that. I also understand that there has been some early discussions with council's parks team around them not wanting necessarily to take that on. But I believe that there is a position from council that there is a good use and reason for what that pathway to be in, and relating obviously to some council documents like the subdivision and development principles and requirements, which I could be Mr. Schroeder will speak to later. One of the other big things that you had a discussion on earlier, and certainly something that council picked up as well, is around the conditions and timing of providing those management plans for certification. Council is obviously not in agreement with the wording that Mr. Hanson's provided today, and we had suggested some alternative to that, where there is, I guess, some sort of a guide around that. So providing the plans for certification at least 20 working days prior to commencing works, and that's consistent generally with the standard condition that council would impose around those. Obviously, keeping in mind too that there is some fluctuation in that, because council has to go back and ask questions around the information that's been provided. It doesn't seem reasonable that council is held to a time frame when it could take 20 working days for an applicant and consent holder to supply that information back. And I think this point is towards the end of my document that Ms. Morgan has circulated. But in regards to those management plans, I realise that the conditions often reference specific officers like council's access and transport manager or the development engineer. Typically, all of those would be emailed to one email address for the development engineer, and then they would manage that process of approaching the different internal staff to do that. So you would be receiving contact from one development engineer around that. I'm obviously happy to make amendments to conditions, I guess, around that to make it clearer if that's the area that they would go to one, but that's certainly the process that is followed by council. There was also quite a discussion on Mr. Hanson's paragraph 15.7, and I think where some of the conditions relate to roading and the references in that document of Mr. Hanson are for R5 and R7. Mr. Schroeder will provide some more detail on those, but having reviewed that over the last couple of days, we are happy to include condition R4. I think there were some slight modifications to that around when the works must be complete in my document from yesterday to provide clarity to council and the consent holder around when they should be doing those works. The next several points probably do relate to the EPSUD. We might skip over those. Get to them in the post hearing minute. There was a couple of clarifications I would like to make around my report that were mentioned in paragraph 11.2 of the Blackwell statement. It referred to a previous version of that 42A report, and so obviously when we were doing our checks, there were little bits there that might have said that I thought it was inconsistent with part 2 of the RMA, but I do believe that it is consistent with that, and that there is a minor given the mitigation proposed. Talking of mitigation leads me, I think, nicely into the next one, where reviewing council's objectives and policies as a whole, that our position, my position is that those objectives and policies do relate a lot to effects. So given the effects are being mitigated, to me, therefore, the proposal would be meet the corresponding objective and or policy, because we've got mitigation of those effects, and certainly the overall plan is quite key in terms of the objectives and policies relating to effects of proposals. And one of the things that had come up in discussions yesterday around the dray track, and I'm happy to obviously discuss further with Mr. Hudson, Mr. Mansell around this, is that was there any, and certainly your discussions with Atiala, was there any need for further protections within the private lots? Obviously within that lot 104, there were some design discussions with them around keeping it as natural as possible and things like that, but was that a concern that perhaps was raised there? One of the other things that had come up yesterday afternoon was around fencing along the properties that adjoin lot 104 and talking about coastal wine, and I wasn't sure that that was necessarily reflected in a condition at this stage. So when we pull something together, I think it will cover that. The additional 74 conditions referred to that Mr. Hanson has provided wording on. So I've got it in front of me. Looking at we understand the intent of the condition. My concerns lie around, and obviously can be some discussion on this, around whether or not, as it's written at the moment, it would be something that council could easily monitor and measure and determine compliance with that condition when it came to looking at the section 224 certification. Also some concerns around level of earthworks within that area that may disturb those trees, and therefore the ability of the trees to remain until the completion of the subdivision, and perhaps some clarity of what the completion of the subdivision means with that when the 224 certificate had been issued. With respect to Morris's discussion this morning on light pollution, I have discussed with Mr. Trotter, and in that new lot 100, so the new road from Otahana Road going into the southern area of the development, anticipated that there would be 4 to 5 street lights installed as part of the works of consent is granted. So one at the intersection with Otago Road, one at the cul-de-sac here, and obviously the other spaced out in between. And with the LED technology that's used for streetlights, we consider that there would be very limited light pollution from that road on either the Morris's property or that one that's directly adjoining block 105. Reserve. There was a query raised yesterday afternoon that is found around the council's district planning team, and they are aware of the application. They don't particularly like to feed into, I guess, too many resources. They want they need to keep quite secret from that. So while they are aware that it has been lodged, they haven't provided any formal feedback or comment on the application. And relating to Mr. Hanson's evidence and check at point 11.9, the wording changes with respect to the Kotahi noise boundaries were just updated to reflect what the district plan considers in relation to that Rule 12D.1.14 around noise sensitive activities rather than relating to habitable buildings. So I think Kira and obviously explaining that that's defined in the plan. Also like to, I guess, Mansell, which isn't on that statement, around the facts that we mentioned. When looking at the submission and the post notification for the information request, there was already that information referenced in the wildlands report. And given they didn't think it was a concern, I did not believe that we needed to seek further information on that, given there was already detail provided of that.
Okay. Questions?
Just a question with regard to the fifth bullet point down on the first page. You've included some additional wording within conditions 3346 that I wasn't sure what to do.
So that's relating to the provision around, I guess, putting in some timeframes to manage that at least 20 working days.
So you propose that you'll do that.
And it has been included in the text of the conditions that we have in the frame of that document I've provided yesterday. It's helpful.
So effectively, your position is to remove any timeframe obligation on the council of which to turn that around for the reasons that
Yes.
Yep.
It doesn't mean that council take, will unreasonably delay anything, but I think it gives both a bit more flexibility to put that.
And you also refer to the need for a timing provision around when the applicant actually provides those access. I guess the things like that you can nut out between you in a conditions workshop on that, which I think is going to be necessary.
Yeah, it's not actually that.
Well, I guess we'll be wanting us, but we'll be wanting you to come back to us with some suggested timing for that workshop to take place. Ms. Ryder, you were going to explain to us this,
Yeah.
just so that we understand the area a little more than we do.
So I think one of the things picking up from those paragraphs in Mr. Hanson's initial evidence, which I think was quite early on, to make it clear, because I think where there was parts A and B, perhaps it looked like a combined total of sort of an additional 9 developable lots, which just obviously don't believe it's the case. There's the 2 that are owned by the applicant, but in addition to that, council would consider that there's only 4 lots, and that would be as part of that subdivision application for 65 Tico Street, which they've done stage 1, and so that was to create, if you look at the image, there's 59, and that lot was actually amalgamated with number 39 Tico Street. So there was no sort of like additional lots created as part of that stage, but there is an extra 4 lots that can go within that 65 Tico Street property, and that's the application, and they have just lodged a variation to the conditions form. But the variation is not to increase the number of lots or anything like that. It's
So,
I haven't spent a great deal of time reading it, but it relates to citizen.
so 59, 39 amalgamated.
That's correct.
And 65 could have 4 lots within it. And the land in blue, is that?
The land in blue.
Was King's land?
Yes. And that the highland in blue is to determine, I guess, to clarify that there is that small sort of wiggly bit that when you're looking at an aerial image and you just see the outlines of the legal boundary, it appears as a vacant allotment, but it is actually also amalgamated with 68.
Oh, right, so which apparently vacant bit we're talking about? Oh, that. Okay, right.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Yeah. But I think you've answered the questions or others have at various stages that I might have asked. Yeah, I was, yeah, it was definitely a question in my mind as to what the liaison you had with the policy team in coming to your opinion about the objectives and policies. But yeah,
It's a long-standing discussion.
That's an interesting answer.
That has been had between the district planning and the resource consent team, particularly around what was known as the rural residential and now rural lifestyle zoning. For some of the other rural zones, I believe the objectives and policies are a lot more clear in determining what would be acceptable from a subdivision point of view and density than what is other ones that relate to the rural residential and rural lifestyle. And then so really has been, I guess, a point of contention about over the years, but certainly the position and obviously discussing with council to make sure that I'm representing them accurately. Is that they're in agreement with my determination of objectives and policies for this.
In this bit of homework that we have set, Mr. Hanson.
Could it be a joint framework?
Joint framework,
Like, joint.
well, I was going to say, what's at stake here?
The gold star.
That's probably a half serious question.
Well, it is just because my understanding of the views are very well aligned. Maybe you want a little bit more detail before they provided.
I'm Yeah, I definitely want more detail than we have at the moment. That's absolutely true. I'm hoping, Ms. Ryden, that in your take on things that you would be seeking or having some discussion with policy people, just so that you're clear that you're clear. And if that ends up being, a joined up thinking council opinion, then that's great as well. And possibly preferable. That's great. Yeah, we would absolutely appreciate that.
Just bring one question to that about NESCS. What is the KCDC's typical approach? I guess I just want to be sure that you're comfortable that nothing's going to look.
Yeah, so definitely, obviously, there is some reliance on the information that the applicant provided in this package. It's right with that, the applicants have quite a long history with the land, but we do also take a look at the spur register of the regional council, and I know that sort of across the road with the railway and perhaps Dartford, there is a contaminated site associated with that, and we also would look at the old aerial images that council holds, they particularly place the label Tucky where you can clearly see in this whole area that they would have been market gardens, but there was nothing that was suspicious that popped up, and then I was checking on.
Right. So, who do you want to move on to next from the council team?
Yeah, that's your try. Yeah, I think it would be a good idea. I mean, obviously there's a lot of discussion around the form of law 101.
So, let's sort out our pieces of paper, because I'm starting to feel a bit surrounded by stuff.
Started with such easy.
Oh, I know, honestly, I am a messy person by nature. This is not easy for me. But Mr. Product, did you have anything additional to hand out? No. Okay. So I'm going to pull out your original advice and your got that with me.
What I'll do, I've got a couple of corrections, first of all, clarifications in my evidence, so I'll do that first, and then I'll run through a very quick verbal summary of the evidence, so we can get to questions as well. So there's a few questions you'd like to ask. So in paragraph 3.2, I've indicated there's no street lighting on Tieko Street. That's not entirely true. There is one street light right at the end of Tieko Street. Festive Road section of Tieko Street, near number 44. First correction. In 9.11, my evidence. I'm referencing Osprey's parts that say that talk about steep grades. I'd like to qualify that the steep grades criteria in Osprey is anything over 5%. And it's just a correction to note that there are no steep grades on the path being proposed. They're all below 5% below. And that's in relation to the steepness of the path and sharp bends. What I will just add is that although Australia specifically says you must not do that with a steep grade, it does recommend that you do not do it at the bottom of hills. So it says, under any circumstances, really to try and say, under any circumstances, not if you've got a grade of 5%, but it recommends you shouldn't really do it on downgrades of hills. Doesn't specify what a hill is, so it's.
I was going to ask it.
Yeah, that's right. There's no specification of a hill, so yeah. I'm still, my opinion is still that sharp curve on the grade is an issue, and there's evidence of that, such as widening and the fence being close to that long curve, provide a problem for cyclists. So my evidence basically. The first issue is really about the Tierco Street effects in terms of safety, and the issue of the additional movements in my mind that will be generated by this development. The view I've taken is I understand the permitted activity levels of 2 lots versus what Ms. Harriet says will generate 200 versus 190 with development. My view is that that's a theoretical assessment. Although it's stated in the issue it's permitted, in reality, my view is that there will be an increase in traffic. You will notice that on the street, and there will be an actual effect on road safety. The street is not ideal, no footpaths, very limited street lighting. We know from some of the submissions that there are residents' concerns over children using the road and an increase in traffic. We've had, council have had some requests over the years to improve safety along there. It's not been easy. We've not really got budgets for that sort of thing. It's not that priority lists. We've tried street lighting, but residents have quite often resisted that. But some residents support it, some residents are against it because of the rural effect of the rural nature of the road. So it's not an easy road to solve. But my view is that there will be a problem. Not only are we increasing traffic, there is the increase in walking and cycling. Residents who will be development for walking and cycle down there. The recreation route and shared park connection, whatever it's being termed, is going to encourage people to walk down the road. And my concern is that without being able to secure those improvements, we'll encourage more activity on the road, both traffic and pedestrian and cycle. And can't secure the improvements through development, through consent or development agreement, there's an issue. So I'm just flagging that we haven't settled on the developer agreement as yet. I didn't want to bring that into this too much for the hearing, but I do feel there is a safety effect, a traffic safety effect on Tierco Street that does need to be mitigated by development. And without that mitigation, we've got no certainty that safety issue will go away. Not going to say too much about that, so expect questions on that. I'll move next on to the shared path. The main issue I've had with the shared path is we've had a design provided, but we've not really had any assessment of that design against the standards. So I can see there's some, in my mind, there's some issues with it. The gradients aren't quite right. They're still fairly steep on the limit. But what is good practice? We've got some features on there that are safe in my mind, that are densest close to corners. No street lighting, and in the absence of any assessment, detailed technical assessment being provided by the applicant, such as design speed of the cycle route and the suitability of gradients and curves against the design suite, I've just defaulted back to the Australian standards, which are also New Zealand's and not New Zealand standard, but it's reference best practice to Australian standards by NZTA. NZTA issue I've got a website set up for site network guidance on what we should be doing with detailed design. They do specifically reference Australia as a guidance document. So I say, my evidence, I concerns over some of the grades, which leads into accessibility, the alignments, and lighting, and obviously surface, and obviously a gravel surface with an undulating surface, an undulating gradient. It's not good for, not really, not bad for cyclists, but you do need to think about the treatment of the surface, coefficient of friction, cyclists trying to break their corners and gravel going downhill up. Just those combined factors are leading into there's potentially a safety issue. The road, I'm almost certain the road safety audit will pick up on some of these issues. So even if we agree a design, even if we went down the path saying, yeah, we're fine with gravel, no lighting, I'm almost certain that those would be matters that we picked up the road safety audit. And then come back to the maybe a designer response that we won't do anything, and we're still left in the situation we're in now, potentially. The road safety audit would be done by, or would be carried out. When we normally do road safety audits, we normally agree people who are going to do the safety audit, and they have to be experienced practitioners in safety audits. Harry does safety audits in the district when she's not been involved in the design, because she's basically done a training course. There's a 1-week training course to do road safety audits at STA run, and she's got experience in safety audits. But when we're looking at road site, walking the site, we specifically ask for people who've got experience in walking the site in safety audits. Because it's a bit of a niche area that not everyone covers, but it's quite obvious normal for road safety audits to be done on every new festive road. That's an entertainment requirement. Because they code fund festive roads, so they ask for road safety audits on the festive roads. You can exempt yourself if it's a very straightforward, short concept. The road safety auditor can ask for an exemption on behalf of the developer. And then to check, that's an exemption for NTTA as well. So that's basically a summary of my evidence. Just wonder if I should elaborate on the conditions. I said I would talk about before we go into questions. Condition R4, yes, I agree. There is an alternative process that council can do, which is the treatment of the landscaping on the border of Echo Street, notes on the road. There is an alternative process that can do there. And so that condition is fine. Condition R5. So this was really about initially the condition was worded around. I don't know exactly, but it was worded around the site shared parking to provide the sector. And obviously, it's another sector. It's one element of design, but there's also the rate safety audit, and that's the more significant thing for. So that condition is being now. There's a new condition to include the rate safety. So is that correct?
Can you confirm what set of conditions you're talking of?
R5, so that's going to turn on. This is.
Sorry, I had mine in front of me. Sorry.
Can you translate to an equivalent condition number in your latest?
Yes, I can. I think that's the one that's 68XX. There's 2 more, it'd be 68B, Australian B. Yeah. And so we've suggested a new D be added to that, which is the safety audit shared path. And C is the safety design development standards one.
So, Mr. Troy, you're entirely in agreement with proposed 68 exits. Yeah, with those additions.
Yeah.
See, working as a team, we can translate these things more.
Condition R7,
which is, you know. Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay, yes, that was a condition that related to a road safety audit.
Oh, so that was,
So that was 64. wasn't it? No, it is 64.
it was 64, which we took out and then put into 68 XX.
In relation to the shed. Correct, yeah.
So I think that there is a different. Right,
Yeah,
and what,
R7 talked about this design check against Australian standards. That's right. Sorry, that should be road safety audit. Road safety audits aren't design checks. They're design checks. So road safety audit is the normal process for design post construction. People often confuse road safety audits with checks against design standards. One clarification.
I'll have to ask you to explain it to me one day. So that is covered by 68 XX, so isn't it? Well, in relation to the shed parks, yeah, or is that?
I think if any wording in a condition, wording in the conditions is gone around design check, gone against Australian standards.
Right.
Disappeared.
and Mr. Hampton's one that has the plan attached. Conditions that support that. I guess there's some slight differences between what I had in our latest conditions and what's in that one.
And 64 refers to both of those, so detailed design and road safety audits.
Yeah. Yes, so it's a detailed design safety audit, but not detailed design check. So that's
Oh, okay. So should say detailed design checks and safety audit?
no, just as a business. Fine.
It was fine.
Sorry. Sorry.
No, I mean, if you're somebody here who's, it's a slight foreign language to some of it at least, so, yeah. Question 100, no, it's far more than I do about roads. Sorry.
So maybe preempt one question about the road vesting, vesting versus reserves. Within council, we've got a well, there's the SDPR is referenced in the district plan standards, subdivision principles requirements. I can't remember the exact wording, but that basically sets out our standards for subdivisions. It's referenced in the district plan. Down because again, some of this stuff is
And the operative district plan is under the infrastructure and chapter and utilities around water. And the proposed district plan, it was referenced in chapter 11.
Yeah. So the subdivision principal requirements. Subdivision development and principles and requirements.
Subdivision and development. Basically the equivalent of anyone else's code of practice, which seems a lot easier to roll off the tongue.
And it's about to the DNA.
Stop.
So that has a number of criteria in it. It also references NZS 4404 2010 as a standard. And there's deviations from that or departures from that, which are referenced in the SDPR. But in terms of transport, there's some performance criteria, and that's around providing linkages and connectivity, good connections, promotion of sustainable transport modes, and safe and efficient movement of cyclists and pedestrian traffic. So basically the design principles are that new roads in development should connect with existing and new roads where possible. As such, cul-de-sacs, particularly non-cul-de-sacs, will not be permitted by the council where connections are possible. Where cul-de-sacs are used, then pedestrian and cycling needs to enhance connectivity may be required. So really, that's where I've come from in terms of requesting a shared path connecting these two long cul-de-sacs, that they're following the requirements of the SVPR. And as such, as connecting two roads, we view that as a roading asset, not a CWB recreational route. It's serving a different purpose. It's serving the residents of that development to give them alternative routes, alternative means of travel, shorter travel routes, rather than walking, when they're walking cycling, that is rather than walking around to their street and take a road to get from one part of the network to the other. So that's why we're, one reason why we're seeking it as a roading asset. The other reason is that we're far better set up in the roading team for maintenance and funding of roading asset. It's slightly bureaucratic, but the CWB parks team look after all our recreational routes and have far less than a far smaller budget than we do to maintain those things. We have a roading contract, we can carry out routine maintenance. There are rates in our contracts. It's just a far more efficient way of maintaining an asset. The parks team.
So does that mean that some shared paths are better managed than others?
Yes, unfortunately, it's just the nature of the beast. For example, is the shared paths that we've got down the Mansell Street here as a CWB facility, but it's very well produced. So that gets heavy wear and tear, and it's more liable to flooding and things like that. So that does get a bit more maintenance, but it is generally only maintained when it gets to a deteriorated state that it's such that, and then it's out to contracts, get a price for it, find some budget for it.
So it's a budget allocation issue between teams and council.
Yeah. And an NZTA funding, you know, you can far easier attract funding from an NZTA from a road asset performance part of the water cycling network. Which street that we can fund to maintain maintenance of street lighting, as we spray, there's a whole range of things stuff there. That's to say, roading contract set up, rates through their routine inspection regimes. And that sort of ties back into the septet element of this thing not becoming a bit of black water and become that growth falling into disrepair. Blackwell River gets a lot of attention. That network out there gets a lot of attention. Some of it's so not really a backwater, but a lesser well-known, well-used track may not get the target's attention or may get overlooked. Not intentionally, but focus maybe elsewhere. So the road investment of road is not necessarily upgraded standard. It's the standard of the shared path I'm seeking on really coming from a road safety point of view, the accessibility point, and rates for that guidance and what best practices and what the guidance is saying about that standard.
So just to clarify that then, whether it's local purpose or a road doesn't influence the design, the final design. You have discretion if it's a road to do whatever you think is necessary or needed. Suitable for it.
I mean, a typical CWB design standard is CWB, cycle, walkway, and right of way. So it's intended to take horses as well. So the standard would be a 2 metre wide crushed gravel path with a 1 metre flat berm that the horses can use. So it's a slightly different standard that we apply. And It's really a trail standard. That's what NZTA call it. It's a recreational crushed gravel route that's not really suited to cycling. So yeah, that's the main difference of the article. Our shared paths that we have typically between developments are asphalt concrete, 2.5 metres wide, and a 5.5 metre corridor, which is the requirement of NZS 4454. There might be slight discrepancy there between the SBPR. I think the SBPR might require 6 metres, but 4454 is 5.5. So that's what the requirement comes from for that. The CWB may not sit in that wide. Just mention the 2 metre gravel path, 1 metre grass burns on one side.
Could I just, not looking at saying apologies, but just with reference to 5% grades, and I just wanted to know what is there an agreed sort of agreed alignment that are we still talking about everything less than 5% grade?
So the recommendation is 3%. That's the recommended desirable grade in Australians, but it does say it can go steeper than that in certain situations. What I'm saying is a combination of what the higher end of that grade is or allowed in or recommended in Australians combined with the proper services, what's going to be concerned. You're not on a flat surface, you're on up and down hills, undulations, and great long forms and coefficient friction and also pedestrians, pedestrians, various services are not
So just to confirm, so there's agreement on the vertical of that, and I think you illustrated yesterday that 1 in 20 rooms not long enough.
Yeah, can I just, so in terms of the 3% requirement, I understand that that's in relation to unsealed parts only. So 5% creates completely acceptable. I guess the difference is that unsealed parts generally in Australia that gradings exist, and then it says in brackets example of less than 3%. So that's
that's correct as well.
Yeah. Again, it's a guide.
So the whole thing's less than 5%.
Correct.
But there's disagreement about the level of surfacing due to, and that's sort of 3 to 5%. Yes.
But I think, just double checking, I think we've looked at everything in the area on the outside as well, which, which is included.
Well, there may well be half a metre. The plan's got no dimensions on it, so I don't know. At some points, it's very, very close, especially on that bed. The path line is right on the edge of the bed. So I was going to raise that as a point that the dimensions in this plan. So yes, it's half a metre, but I haven't seen the dimensions to confirm that. I don't like scaling up plans, especially at small scale like that.
What's the length of that we need to achieve for us? I guess from turning head to turning head.
About 1 minute.
So Neil, in the secondary fire,
Yes.
about the width.
15th of the 9th of last year, the RFI confirmed the width of things before,
probably to answer. I'm taking questions from the floor, sorry. The width, I don't think the width's in question. Well, the overall width of the corridor is not a simplified question. It's the offset of the fence from the edge of the side of the park question. The Australian recommendation of half metre offsets.
So that's what you would be comfortable with.
Yeah.
Half metre either side.
A shy zone or something? Or-
Yeah, it's just to provide a bit of space between the edge of the side pass and the side stone. Rather than if they're more, if they do, they'll catch their handlebars in. So it can be reduced if you've got a nice smooth to 0.3, got a very smooth surface. So some you can design to actually handlebars. Post rail fences like smooth surface.
Yeah, I just have some general questions. Have you come to the end of your?
Yeah, so just into questions.
Just with respect to the development agreement, just with what was the council's position on that, or is there an update?
At the moment, we're waiting for the outcome of the hearing, and then we're about to proceed with looking at cost estimates for the crime of the works and getting that peer reviewed. For one reason or another, that hasn't happened yet. We've had code issues as well, so and a few things that's going on. So it's been we've been busy in the road section over the last few months. I don't know if I should go too much into the detail.
Probably not the detail, no. I mean, we certainly appreciate it's a private thing between the council and the applicant. But you said earlier, you acknowledge that those improvements need to be secured either through a development agreement or conditions. So, yeah, you would be happy to meet the environment development agreement. Quite sounds good.
If we could secure the full works and it's the cost of the works. Maybe the cost of the works is exceeding the development contribution. I mentioned that here, but that's one issue we might have. Obviously, we have CFS Street upgrades on that plan, so it's one of those things that might find extra funds.
Do you have a feel for how much time from now it would take to actually get to having a secure developer agreement? How do these things typically play out?
I've never done one before, to be honest with you. I don't typically get involved in that. It's normally done at the GM, general manager level. They tend to have the final say and they tend to do the negotiations on developer agreements. Normally it's a standard contribution comes through, but it can be offset to a short amount, as mentioned earlier, to the person who will have the final say on whether that's an appropriate thing to be able to do. So, sorry.
Yeah. So
I'm a bit in the dark as well.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I get lifting costs, but I can usually jump about it.
oh, sorry.
Generally, developer agreements progress when you're at a point where you have a negotiation on the amount of, the credit. So we are at that point, and I guess we're in a situation where council have chosen to say no, it's mitigation, has to be covered by consent. Not to have the negotiation on the cost until we know the answer. Because if it's in the condition, then it's included as mitigation. The developer is required to do it as part of the consent, so the council gets it for payment. So the two kind of go round in circles. If it's outside of the consent process and you have a development agreement, then the next step is, as Mr. Trotter mentioned, is that you have that negotiation on the value of the works versus the credit, how that's going to get done, signed and come to an agreement, signed and sealed as to how you go about managing the LGA process and how you would go about timings for delivering enforceability. Sometimes you have issues with council holding them or something, and things that can go terribly wrong, and that kind of stuff. So that's dealt with in a legal agreement. But at the moment, because of the fact the applicants provided all the can in the Eco Street package, provided the QS costing, provided all those things, until we have a council that's prepared to engage, we can't do that, and council has said, we're going to set, we think it's an effective development, so we can't put it on the commission. So it's a bit chicken and eggy. I know it would make your life easier.
Is that how you see the process as well?
Yeah. I mean, the development agreement can fail. Both parties can walk away from it and fallback positions.
Well, the developer would pay the roading credits that are required as part of the development. That would be.
Yeah. So you're asking us to come here, to come to a decision on whether or not it requires to be done as a mitigation offset for the development by petitions or via a development agreement.
Yeah.
Council that themselves.
I have really tried.
I appreciate that. I'm just saying it's a bit of a pity.
It is.
Yeah, I appreciate you put a lot of work into it. But yeah, on both sides. But
I mean, I'm sure that the applicant is still sitting and willing to have that discussion in the council offline. Requires them to be able to commit to a process and trust that process outside of the consensus process.
yeah. Right. Okay, well, maybe we can't take that any further.
You can only decide what you can under the resource consent.
Well,
Be enough to consider.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just with regards to the surfacing of the park street, is there anything that could be provided to you by the applicant that would convince, or perhaps it's not, they would demonstrate to you, give you confidence that sealing wasn't required? Is there a piece of work or an assessment or something?
I think it would be difficult for them to do that because it's a coefficient of friction calculation, I think, that will be needed, and gravel obviously it's compacted gravel, but it will become loose over time. Australia specifically recommends against that use of gravel on a gradients that they get wrong. So I think it might be difficult. I do wonder if there's another solution about around surfacing treatment that involves no dig. But it's a bound material. And some of these porous materials that that's around tree roots that where you want to provide part surface to park or drive or something like that. But the material is porous and it doesn't involve no excavation or negative excavation. And it can maintain the look and feel of a gravel park, but it's actually a bound material. I don't know if anything like that to be investigated. Similarly with lighting, we're not expecting, I would personally expect that there needs to be a 49 metre high LED street lights along this path. We have suggested to the applicants in the past that it could be very low level lighting, just enough to see where you're going, if you're on a bike or walking in the outer darkness. There's examples about the expressway on some of the bridges. There's LED lighting expressway and expressway. LED lighting built into handrails, very, very low level, not very noticeable. Whether it be some ground lighting or solar powered cat's eye sort of lighting. I'm not expecting think there's options.
I just had a question about, we heard from Ms. Morris today, who's still on the call. She suggested concerns about light spilting from the still rather over to her property from the dense part of the south. And you made some comments about that. I was just wondering, is there any, how does one see that, or how do we get confidence that that's not going to be an issue? Is there anything that can be provided? Or?
Are you talking about the Southbridge Road itself? So that would have to be a proper standard street light type of lighting, applied to that shed after that potentially lower level, but that road would have to have, likely have to have something a bit more substantial. It's required against DPR in urban areas. I know this is an urban area, but it's an urban development, it's not development, it's the same section in particular. Again, major things up in the road safety. Even if we did agree to no street lighting there, potentially it's up the safety would that be an issue. We normally always have to light a new intersection or an intersection. That's normally an essential safety measure. So the intersection.
No, sorry, that's one. Great question, very well. Given that there has to be that level of lighting there, can you offer opinion as to whether or not that would, is it in your field of expertise to offer, would that street light have an impact on that?
Not in my field of expertise, but I do know enough about a little bit about LED lighting these new lighting applied to subdivision now is far better than the old. So lights still quite a bit, it's quite directional. It's not biased. It's not much light pollution from them, I understand, but that's as far as my knowledge goes.
Mr. President, does the SDPR specify how close or far away the last light can be from a cul-de-sac here?
Not really. I think the lighting design typically tries to get enough lux coverage to a certain level. It's done for a software package. When it's designed to tell what is a software package, which shows that the lights are set far enough apart that they don't break any dark spots. So it's hard to say. It's not
And I guess the only way you could get some degree of certainty around this would be for someone to do some preliminary modelling work to see how far back the last light could be from the cul-de-sac here. And then a cross section, and in terms of what's the topography and distance between that and the property that was within this.
So are we just dealing with this?
Yes, yes, yeah.
I did have actually that down as it wasn't lighting, but it was in relation to effects that Dave was going to cover before we left. So that might be something that
there is quite a substantial landform between Morrison's property and cul-de-sac. It's a small dune that rises up 5 or 6 metres. It drops down a bit and it rises up again. Most of that's on 115 on the road. So there is substantial physical screening between the two properties, which I think with the creeks. Mitigating light.
And the property is also surrounded by quite deep vegetation, which I'm not sure what effect on the property we're trying to mitigate by doing the lights.
I believe she was trying to speak with, she's living in a rural area. And in fact, I mean, the district plan does talk about, I think, carefully managing the interface between the rural and more areas. So,
I mean, we can certainly look at during the street light in indicative sequence design.
Yeah, I mean, it only need to be indicative.
Yeah, I was just looking. Someone has raised a concern, a question, but it was a fair question. I was just wondering, is there a very simple way to kind of go, it's not going to be an issue because of this, whatever this is. It's just,
And topography is certainly part of this.
In the other end of the spectrum, we do a lot of medium density housing, and issues like this come through consent conditions regarding lighting, or lighting design, as part of the detailed design stage, and certain standards usually is to have enough coverage. But in this case, we'll be making sure that we don't have that lighting spill.
Yeah.
They're really detailed and obviously reduce that spill.
We'll get some.
Lights for assessment might be right.
Thank you. So just in terms of one very minor clarification, council currently has a condition that it's proposing, or Mr. Trotter is proposing, which has lighting required to a certain standard. And I think that has raised some alarm bells from the applicant in relation to the shared path, but if we do a design looking at the attempting to mitigate the effects, I just wanted to see if you could ask Mr. Trotter with his ability within the standard to consider that, or whether we're just stuck with that. Putting a street light every.
Well, I think in relation to the shared path, Mr. Potter's indicating that he was open to, creative solutions.
Yeah, no, I understand on the shared path, it's just the actual concept design.
Oh, I think it was pretty clear that it's an urban street from that perspective and really has to meet the standards. That's why I said
There is a default standard. I think we do look at alternatives, but a lot of it comes down to the standard of the land column provided. It normally has to be a standard type. So that when it comes to maintain, it's easy to maintain variations of standards of land columns in the past has caused us problems and trying to repair and replace them. I don't know the standard exactly, it's not my area of expertise in lighting standards. Just respond to the lighting standards similar to this weekend up.
Mainly to have a discussion.
probably just one general question for the council team, sorry. Are there any plans for Block 105? Is it even got to that point? Just saying what it might be.
Yeah, I think staff changes within the team.
Right.
That was looking at that. Unfortunately, that has changed, but also potentially covered in the development agreement around that.
We actually had a meeting with the new park manager. I can't remember his name, but
Garrett.
In February, and took him through that Lot 105, and there's actually in that RFI material provided with a reserve plan. So council have confirmed he was comfortable that it's got the pathway through it, and some entrances, bollards. But my understanding is that they don't necessarily look at planting or like equipment like equipment or street furniture or anything until there's a management plan set up for that parking community that live there as to what they might need. So you just kind of create a flat area in that group.
So it's a blank canvas.
Yeah. Mr. Copterman has also provided a planting plan with its species, which they understand they're relatively comfortable to. So
So I think that's all for that we need from you, Mr. Trotter. So that's something. Over to you.
Thank you. Laura Robinson, landscape architect and urban designer, providing advice to council. I'll refer to my statement of evidence, which also refers to two documents that I prepared to give advice to council. So the first is peer review of the subdivision proposal landscape and visual impact assessment. And the second report is an addendum to it. So we converted. I'm reluctant to go into anything in detail and offer you to ask questions that might help. And I'm sure some of those questions or information will cross over what we've just been discussing about. So in my statement of evidence, I think paragraphs 6 to 13 go through what those reports are and the names of them. So happy to do that if we need to, but you do have a question. The last part of the changes, so the scheme plans that I reviewed basically went through 2 lots of changes from very cooperative meetings with the applicants and the design team. And I believe that the changes that were offered and made were enough to make this proposal acceptable. I looked at the 2 parts of the proposal as quite different, the northern part and the southern part, which is increasing number of houses. So basically, why I changed my view, which was previously I didn't agree with Mr. Conjun's assessment of effects. So in the southern area, so I was in agreement with the northern area in general. In the southern area, there was a reduction of lots by 3 in total. And so there was a subsequent increase in size to each of the lots remaining. Removal of the rear lots, and this avoids visibility from the road and then is opposite to see house on house, so reduces that effect. Retention of a greater proportion of the natural trim in the southwest corner. And I'd like to come back to that because I just want to make sure that what's on the drawings is what I understood to be. And protection of this area through a no-build zone in that southwest corner. Increased vegetation, and that was increasing the 5 metre buffer to a 10 metre wide buffer around the constructed unit. And further buffer planting along Otaihama Road and additional copses of trees in the lots themselves. So, as an overall effect, there was a decrease in the visual effects of the number of houses and increase in the screening effects of vegetation and in particular the screening effects of the original landfill. So where the southwest dune had been proposed to be largely removed, if that is retained to a point and the building sites are behind that, away from the road, they are not visible. I was also aware there were some additions that I thought would improve the scheme, but various parts of council have limited their willingness to undertake those things, and things like pedestrian access through the stormwater, through the constructed wetland, which they weren't happy to do. To the reserve. No, it doesn't have to be, it can just be running it. And a number of other things there. Now, I said I wanted to go back to the dune. The other area I wanted to go back to is also the 10 metre buffer planting. These are likely to be about conditions. And then in addition to that, there's a couple of points that in my perspective might be useful to them. On the shared path, on the pines and their removal retention, and just a little bit on additional planting. So with the southwest dune, what we're talking about is the dune which is against Otahanga Road.
I think what might be helpful is sheet 11 revision Q, which is probably one that shows things a bit more clearly. Actually, that's right. One sheet was nice, pushed out different things, and all the others, but again, it's not that you've got the yellow and orange areas.
It is useful, but it doesn't have contour lines in it. So some of these things are a little difficult to assess because of not having the information. But it does show, and this is as we discussed in the workshop, the increased buffer, 5 metres within the rocks, as well as the 5 metres in the constructed wood pavement. Some additional reservoirs here, and retention of this dune, which is in this area. Now the yellow is no bird zone and no earthworks. I think the drawing is actually a little clearer because it has. So drawing 6 revision here, which is this one. And you probably can't see the contour lines, but it's really doing that.
We've got in front of us, so we do have to see it.
Right. I just go back to the intention of reducing the adverse visual effects of seeing houses from the road and the lifestyle opposite. The intention was for the dune to be retained, so it was a high wind, and then the housing below. So in order to do that, that no-lead zone actually needs to go just a little bit further, rather than just right up the track, because that theoretically enables a dwelling to go right to the top. So a little bit of a change there is required.
So extending the contour.
Yes, what where the contours have been shown and have stopped being shown, that's likely the line, but I'm sure Mr. Compton will be able to do that. It's not a big thing. Just gives the right section to maximise mitigation. Now, the other thing about that is there's no discussion anywhere about planting or making wood afterwards, which are actually for no build areas. There is discussion about permits for buildings and structures, but standard and good practice would be to make good with that business. But what that actually means is probably a point of discussion as well. The 10-metre buffer around the constructed wetland, I support the applicant because I think it's a very effective way to put more vegetation between the viewers of the site and the dwellings themselves. Now, I also would like to ensure that the conditions accommodate planting on private land. So this isn't, so there's only 5 metres on public land and 5 metres on private land. So there needs to be a mechanism to ensure that. Now the shared path, I come from a slightly different perspective. And you'll see in my reports that most of my comments were about the effects on rural character. Now we do have an existing zoning, so I'm responding to that. That's rural and rural lifestyle zone. Notwithstanding consideration of what might happen in the future, what we've got now is rural lifestyle zone. And as some people have pointed out, it's definitely not compliant with that because lot sizes, particularly in that southern area. So that puts a lot of emphasis on character. And I think the issues around the shared path, I think there's more information is required and more discussion is required before everybody decides what it is. And what could happen in order to do that is to develop a design as to what it is. We've heard discussion about whether it should be a roading asset or a parks asset. Other than the ongoing maintenance implications of that, it's actually the design of it that's important rather than where the asset sits. Although I do understand there will be future pressures from one department or the other, which may change what happens. So if it's agreed, and if the council can agree on the design of it, it takes away that question of what sort of amenity it is. We heard evidence yesterday regarding septic and septic guidelines, particularly MFE's 7 principles, rely a lot on context, and we've got a rural context here. So 500 metres of path here is really different to 500 metres of path even to coastlands here, and 500 metres of path in Taranaki Street Road. We do completely different things. So we've got a rural context here with probably a very light number of users of the be able to talk about it. The sector guidance on lighting is that you light it, you want people to use it at night. And in most rural environments, as in roads, they're not actually lit because they're not actually encouraging people to use it at night. This all relies on an alternative route, which is also a big thing in sector. And the alternative route does it first, and it's down in TFO Street. So that, if that is put forward as an alternative route, which is lit, to an unlit recreational path, then that may influence the design of TFO Street. So it will be relatively easy to prepare a design brief. Now, I think in that design brief, it needs to include some of the things I've already mentioned in the conditions about interpretation of the trail track. And I think this is potentially an interesting design exercise. This is the only point, as I understand it, TRTL expressed an interest in following, short of archaeological things being detailed. Now, one area I don't agree with the evidence yesterday on septic is that he said there shouldn't be planting. And I've talked with council about this, and my view on that is that within the corridor of the path, what we've got at the moment is 5.5 between the fences, as I understand. I think it's better to actually plant with row plants, because it's difficult to control what people do inside the fences. And so the design of the path should build in bush slack lines. So all of that's possible to do. It's not rocket science, it's easy. The only thing that may require a change is the really stiff corners may require just a little bit more land to be included in the route of the sheep. And that's probably the relatively easy to do. So character-wise, a recreational path with a gravel surface that doesn't light so that the lighting is an adverse effect. I think it's appropriate. It's a lit now, just the cones, which refers to number 44 and the effect of that. Now, there's two things that don't really clarify that, and people have referred to it. This earthwork's going to happen for the road. And whilst we're looking at aerial photographs, which are inaccurate compared to the boundary, then it's very difficult to tell where the fences are, the boundaries are, the trees are. The aerial photograph shows that the canopy, just very roughly on here, occupies the whole of that strip. So with trees, however far the canopy goes, the roots go. And that strip is being cut. So there may be not a particular decision required as to whether the trees are removed by choice or not. And that probably just needs a little bit more information and a little bit of development of the building design for that to be answered. However, I did agree with one of the submitters saying that the loss of privacy is potential with the loss of those trees. And it's outside my field, but I understand this dog is there because of a access or easement of some sort. It seems to me that that's making a very difficult situation. Where it doesn't need to be difficult. Because you've got a neighbour having an effect on his property, then if that were purchased and that property, as I understood discussions were occurring, then the decision making about those trees and replacement becomes relatively straightforward and doesn't become complicated. So I think, there's been a lot of opinions offered about it, but I think there's some fairly common sense solutions there as well. The only other thing is the additional planting. I understand that Greater Wellington doesn't require the wetlands to be planted, only the buffer planting around them. And I would be interested in knowing from the ecological advisors whether that's an untenable thing, or whether in order to avoid weeds and pests which have been raised, whether they should actually be planted prior to the future. But it's not something I have an answer to. No other points I want to raise, but really happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So we had to say your opinion about things is relatively close to that of Mr. Coffman in a lot of areas.
Yes, it is in a lot of areas, yes.
Do you agree, Mr. Coffman directed us to that visualization of the view from somewhere along the road towards subdivision with relatively mature planting. Do you agree that as now designed with the dune extension in place and everything like that visibility of any future houses will be probably fairly limited?
There will be visibility in the houses, and the change will be noticeable, but it's reduced.
And what level of effect you conclude that visibility to be?
Myself, I think it's moderate.
Does that equate to minor in RM18?
Well, I'm avoiding pushing these to the scale. Yes, I did make an error, as Mr. Hanson pointed out, moderate to significant using two different scales. Moderate is correct there. So that was about the topography. And whereas Mr. Contamine had less than 9, it changes to the topography. And for vegetation, I have moderate again, and both positive and negative, so positive and adverse effects. Whereas Mr. Contamine had less than 9. I consider the additional planting that's been included as part of the positive effects, and that the land management from the submitters raised, the development of this with new vegetation and control of these would be
how long from planting until that vegetation started to have a beneficial visual effect? What would you estimate?
You're talking about along the road,
Yes.
or where the pines are?
No, along.
Dunham Road. It depends on the nature of the soils, and I've had to have a good look at all the sands. There could be a mix of sizes. There could be native plants which are say 3 meters to give some immediate effect. With native plants, you can get about a meter immediate. So if they're growing really well, it depends if they've had a flood or a drought or anything like that. In optimal conditions, you'll probably get, if you've got 5 meter plants, they will have considerable screening. The benefit there is to actually retain the existing vegetation because it's already been screening. So that would affect some of the discussions around trimming.
At what stage of the development would you do that planting? Would that occur before any buildings are built?
Ideally, it would. It all depends on the construction timeframe for the constructed workload. But that, I'm not sure that may be required to be constructed prior to buildings because it's part of the integrated stormwater. It would be, if those works are completed, it's possible to identify areas that can be planted a season before. This frequently happens on roads. Identify some areas that can get it going.
So the planting could get an 18 to 24 months jump on the buildings going.
Yes, it could.
Is that,
Depending on the rate of.
do you think that's provided for in the conditions as a specific outcome to achieve? Or what do you think it should be?
It's not mentioned. I think quality consultants who are going to give good advice will be able to do that, and council has its own standards, for instance, ecosystem plants and list of native species. So I don't think necessarily in that case. However, should the applicant be removing the pines because they're required for road works and replanting the buffer, I think there was a case there to put a mixture, which is tall plants, which are already 2 meters, say, along the back, and then all the small ones that are going to rise up along the front. And that would just be standard practice to cover the immediate and the future.
I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it was very helpful, so I don't have any questions.
Ms. Ryan, anything else to add from the council team? Any follow-up? Ms. Ryan?
No, that's okay.
almost at an end. I take it you probably don't want to do kind of a verbal reply at this point, or
I'm just wondering whether while we can, whether we could just talk about the visual effects on this Morris's topic, just in relation to some of the diagrams that you have, because that would be useful. It's one of those ones that he's not coming back up in question. That it's
Sure.
easier to do in person.
definitely
Trying to do that over online is a bit hard. And I might just take 2 seconds to check with anyone else to see if we've got things we can.
This was keep that one going.
Okay, sorry. All right, we've got a few discrete points that we can respond to today, which obviously it's nice. The commissioners will be thinking about various things, so give a response rather than holding it for a little while. Dave?
Yeah, there were just a couple of points from this one, and this one, some evidence. So when we, with Mr. Earl, it's 31D, so roughly in here. His building's roughly about 10 or 11 metres above sea level. Obviously 44 is at 15, and then this is 15 through here, and then it's 20 at the moment. Sorry, it will go down to 15. But then you've got this dune running along here, which sort of ranges between 15 to 20 metres. It does dip down at this edge here, but in that sideline there you've got that dwelling at 39. So basically, no effects, vision effects in terms of opening up views through to the expressway for that property. They will see the development, but it won't open up the expressway, which I think is one of his concerns.
It was, yes, so not from ground level at least.
Yeah, exactly. So Miss Morris is at 111. He had 115, which is right. So in here we've got a 5 to 6 metre tall dune between the dwelling and the development, and it's quite substantial planting. So when we did our initial assessment into the visual management effects, we didn't consider there actually any effects on that property, just given the, I guess, the compartmentalised nature of a lot of the lots. And equally, same with 103 over here, you can see that having any effects on that property. And then the last item is really just about, as Mr. said about, the planting time. Part of the 224C requirement, you should have a 24-month establishment period. And it obviously that during that time, the plants are maintained at a healthy standard, so we're sure that the government grow before they hand over to the council. Yeah, so there's every likelihood that planting will be quite well established before construction starts on the houses, but just it depends on the market and timing of the houses as well. So yeah.
I think that was more from, there may be a few other measures that we'll discuss shortly, but I thought it would be useful to put this down. Now, we've hopefully got Mr. Goldwater online. Now, can you?
I'm here.
Yep, you're here. Fantastic. Ms. Boris in particular raised a number of concerns about ecological concerns about various species and things in her submission this morning. Do you think you could offer your thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, firstly, Mrs. Morris mentioned potential impacts on falcon. I understand that falcon have been observed on properties around the site. And yeah, falcon is a threatened species in New Zealand, but typically falcon has a very wide ranging territory and hunting ground. So I wouldn't expect the loss of a relatively small area of pasture to impact on the on this particular species. Sorry, I just had a slight interruption there. And in terms of window strike, that definitely is an issue, and I've observed this myself in certain parts of Auckland. However, with a subdivision that is sort of built out in the open and it's not within forested areas, or it's not between large areas of forest, I wouldn't expect Indigenous birds to have flight paths across the site. I mean, they certainly will fly across, but I wouldn't. I think there'd be a higher risk if the houses were situated amongst native bush. On Waiheke Island in Auckland, for instance, kaka often fly into windows in houses situated amongst Indigenous forest. So it is an issue, and I have in other applications for subdivisions, I have recommended measures that can be implemented to reduce the likelihood of window strike, and they include things like UV stickers on windows and certain designs that can minimize harm. But for this particular application, where it's reasonably low ecological values, I'd be reluctant to sort of recommend or impose that upon the applicant. I think it would be sort of onerous. In terms of cats, yes, I mean, invariably there will be domestic cats brought into the subdivision, and cat bans are useful where there are in areas where there are high ecological values, and I've worked on these myself in eco subdivisions in the Coromandel, where you've got kiwi and lots of lizard habitat and indigenous forest. Again, given the low ecological values of the site overall, I wouldn't be supportive of a cat ban. And also, given this area is contiguous with sort of other peri-urban areas, I just think it would probably be pointless, because you'll have cats ranging over from adjacent properties anyway. Yeah, there possibly will be impacts on lizards with cats. That's largely unavoidable, but again, the lizard enhancement protection area offering more habitat, dense habitat, which is not so favourable for cats, will provide some relief and protection. In terms of long-tailed bats, I'd just like to say that the bats are, our native bats are very small, so they're very difficult to see and detect without actual acoustic recorders. I think it's, given the highly modified sort of fragmented character of the site, it's pretty unlikely that bats will be present. I think probably most importantly is that there are no recent bat records west of the Tararua Range on the mainland. There are bats, of course, on Kapiti Island, and bats are found in pine trees for sure. But I'd be very surprised if bats were present in this type of environment, given these small scattered shelter belts across a sort of pastoral and urban environment. And I'll just add that intensive bat surveys were undertaken for Transmission Gully and also other roading projects to the north in Otaki and Levin, and no bats were recorded. So I think they're pretty much either very sparsely populated or absent from this part of Wellington. They are definitely in the Tararua Range, but I'm not sure if it justifies a bat survey. And particularly given that the applicant is now retaining most of the shelter belt along Tiako Street.
Thanks, Mr. Goldwood. At least some of those points, I recall they were included in your evidence in relation to commenting on some of those points.
Yes, that's right.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Goldwater. We have a few other running queries around ecology, but I think we might leave those for when we come back and do the reply, because I'm not sure how we've got to that level of information. Mr. Greenshield, and also Mr. Foy, I think we fall in that category that we'll go away and consult with those experts and figure out exactly what we need to reply based on the achievements. We do have a few very minor points that I think Mr. Hanson wanted to raise. But before we do that, I just want to draw your attention to sheet 16 in the bundle, scene plans. And this actually does have the shared path with the gradient, with the width, with the useful little percentage wedges and everything in the corner. And you know, I realise that council's been operating in difficult circumstances, but Mr. Hanson tells me that they've had one of those versions of November and then another revised version since February, and we've been chasing comments and views on that ever since. So the applicant, and I think that Ms. Simpson raised a really good point about this should be something that we're capable of getting worked out between the parties and come back with a sensible solution. I'd just like to say it's not through want of us trying, and I would be pretty grateful if potentially a direction from the panel that directed that there was some conflicts in point or something like that in the interim to see if that could be resolved. That may mean that council is minded to make the relevant people available so that we can really work through that issue, because it is slightly embarrassing that we're coming to hearings in that
Oh,
stage.
sorry, if I could also draw your attention to sheet 15, one above, just to highlight there what's been called the steep sharp curve, which is not steep in terms of steepness curve, but that shows the interaction. It was slightly discussed, I think, earlier, the interaction between the crossing to lot 20, but also the width, the widening of that curve to make it safer, and also the sealing of it. So that's a sort of detail provided there. Mr. Trott also made a comment about, I didn't quite pick it all up, but about it could be different if it was a CWB, cycleway walkway right-of-way. That is actually what was in the original application. And that could, I made that point because that was the intention first off. So if you read the application and say, well, that's how it's described, and so that's why the standards that we put there. The only other point I'd make is in terms of the planning side of it, the rural zone rules, subdivision in in the rural residential is the RDA, restricted activity. One of the matters that the council has restricted discretion to is the principles, subdivision principles, etc. But it's the level of compliance with it. So there wasn't an implication that you have to provide it. So you don't have to provide necessarily the connection between it. It's a level of compliance with it. What's the wording around that, Mr. I can give it to you. So it's Rule 783.2, which is subdivision in all rural zones, and matters over which council has restricted discretion in 2 is the degree of compliance with Catholic Coast District Council subdivision development principles and requirements. So in my mind, there's an element of how much do you comply with it. And I guess that why I raised that is that it must. It doesn't say it shall or it must comply. It says that so that's a matter of discretion that was an RDA, which is understandable. I think that's right. But I just raised that in a planning sense in terms of if we get this discussion about what level of the design is there and what is this. That's another factor that we take. Yeah. That's all.
No, that's useful. Thank you. Stanford?
No, that's, I'd just like to thank you for a great couple of days. I know we've got a lot of paper and a lot of issues on the table. Hopefully it'll be less, but look forward to the next part of the process.
Yeah.
And also thank you to the council.
Yes, well, and look,
It's ambitious.
absolutely, and on our part, thank you everybody, definitely for taking part. I think that everybody acted very professionally, which is always good. Thank you for indulging my slight detour from process this morning and that little bit of to and fro with the submitters and.
That's okay, I always like a challenge, I almost got that, I was almost allowed to cross-examine them, right? Bonus in a hearing.
That would have been maybe a step. just a
Hopefully
bit
I was
too
being-
far. Yeah, so good. So look, I think we're clear about what happens next. At this point, we're adjourning, and just needs to make very clear on the website too. Just because, particularly for submitters, not being familiar with the process, I'd like to see that on the website and measure what's happening. So we're adjourning. Commissioner.
Too many names.
It's been a long day. I was doing so well. We'll return. We will issue a minute directing particular actions. Which we've basically flagged anyway. So you do know what's coming. And from there, we'll move on to wherever that happens to lead us. But I think arising out of that will be hopefully a draft timetable going forward as well. Again, something I think to be flagged on the website so that people are aware. I mean, it'll be set out eventually in a minute, but I think the website's an important community communication thing as well. So
Once we send in directions, we will consider the council and come up with that.
yeah, look, these things absolutely need to be done in concert. It's done.
We'll try and do it.
I mean, look, if we had in mind to, we could specify you must do it by this date, but honestly, it really needs to occur in a way that works for everyone. So, look, we'll say those things will happen, and we look forward to moving this thing forward. Thank you. Thank you.